Welcome to Ljubljana in Slovenia for the penultimate stop on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm Mark Henretti and I'm delighted to know that I'll be joined by Ted Barton from back home in Canada. And we're going to start this event with the women's short program and a chance to see again the world junior silver medalist Gia Shin, who will be vying to compete and be super successful here if she has the chance of qualifying for the Junior Grand Prix final. And rumour has it that we may in this event see a triple axel performed as part of the jump combination. So fingers crossed we're going to see some brilliant skating from 35 women from 30 different skating nations in the women's short program. And here are some shots of the beautiful city that is Ljubljana, and there the ice rink. I'm Mark Henretti and I am both delighted and relieved to know that Mr. Ted Barton is joining from Chilliwack in Canada. Welcome, Ted.
Well, I'll explain where Chilliwack is in a second, and you got to drop the Mr. part. The Mr. Ted part.
Mr. Ted Barton.
I know I'm old, but you got to. Hey, that's your dad. That's not me. Come on. Okay, I'm old enough. All right. Thank you, Mark. I'm here in Chilliwack. Chilliwack is about an hour and a half east of Vancouver. We are surrounded by the Coast Mountain Range with lakes and streams full of trout and salmon and spectacular. No, I'm not fishing. I'm actually here at a competition as well. So as we take a look at the first group on the ice, Mark, how do you enjoy Ljubljana, one of my favorite little city in Europe?
Well, I can understand completely why you have acknowledged what a beautiful city it is, and you kept mentioning that you love it here so much. And I was fortunate enough to arrive early. I was here on Tuesday and the sun was shining and I wandered around. It's such a beautiful old town, somewhat quaint, but I couldn't believe that there were so many people out dining al fresco on a Tuesday at lunchtime, and I had an indulgent day on Tuesday, so I understand perhaps why you're slightly envious that I got to attend this event. However, I will pacify that envy by letting you know that it has done nothing but rain endlessly since Wednesday, so the sightseeing has been halted.
Good.
As we head into the rink and stay in the rink for the remainder of the time here.
Good. I don't feel so bad. No, I'm sorry that it's raining there. There's no question. But they've got a dehumidifier in that arena right now, and or they've had that for a number of years. In our first years of visiting Ljubljana, that glass that you see behind you was all wet and foggy, and you couldn't see at all. In fact, there was fog in the rink, so at one stage we couldn't see the skaters very well. This was earlier, and I think I've been there maybe 4 times or 3 or 4 times, and it was before they have the dehumidifier. The ice looks great now. The rink looks great. So they've certainly got some upgrades. And I know our old production team, we're stuck in this tiny little room, and I think you're in the same area, but it's been renovated as well. So that rink has been upgraded, no question.
Yes, we're in a sort of a changing room behind where the judges stand is, and on day one, on Tuesday when we arrived, there was definitely a pungent aroma of the hockey boys who previously used the room, but since then we've aerated a little bit and it's slightly less pungent, put it that way.
Well, as you mentioned to me, your studio at home is a little pungent because your son plays hockey, so you're used to it.
Exactly. So when I've been home with the luxury of being home commentating over the last 3 stops on the Junior Grand Prix, I have had to burn candles to try to de-mitigate the stench of the hockey kit. I didn't have any candles. Maybe I should. Actually, we'll see how things progress throughout the event, because there's shops nearby, and if I have to, although I don't know if the candles would be such a good thing with so much technology and cabling around here, but we'll see.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, I wouldn't say. I would suggest. Is the rink cold? It used to be quite cold and damp, obviously, but how is it now?
No, I had been warned that, I think by not just yourself, Ted, that the rink was quite cold, but to be honest, it's not at all. And I had the luxury of sitting, I just sat rinkside for some of the men's practices this morning, taking notes for the competitors next week, and in doing so I sat there for maybe an hour and a half, and it wasn't too bad. So it's not perishingly cold at all, so it's quite comfortable. And to be fair, the other things that I'm lucky enough now to be here on site to relay, it's just what a good location the rink is for the skaters, insofar as it's not far from the hotels, there are shops nearby, so it's, you know, each venue has its strengths and weaknesses, but I feel like it's a really good one for the skaters in terms of getting back for rest or getting some snacks if they need to. It's optimal for them.
Yeah, perfect. That is awesome. So we're going to, it'll be interesting. You mentioned in your opening, Gia Shin is here from Korea, and so she's going to be fighting for those points.
And I should
for the final.
Caveat what I just said in the intro, and I heard what I'd said back. It sounded like I was suggesting that it would be a triple axel from Gia Shin. That was not the case. It may be from the American skater Sophie Jolene von Felten, who I've heard may do triple axel as a combo in the short. And I just think that in itself, should she choose to do that, that would be certainly noteworthy, because as we've acknowledged in previous events, the men can perform triple axel as a solo jump. The women, it's just double axel for the junior women in the short program, but if they want to do triple, they can use a triple axel as part of the jump combo, and that may happen. We'll see.
Wow, that'll be interesting. That'll be news on the Junior Grand Prix. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. Okay, so we're starting to wind down on the Junior Grand Prix now. Every competition, every point obviously matters to a great deal, but most of these skaters are fighting for personal bests and to leave the Junior Grand Prix as they enter into their domestic season, you know, on a high.
Yeah, and it's really interesting having been here and chatting to some of the other coaches and just trying to fathom out at this junction who may contend for a spot at the final. And I don't know about you, Ted, but I think because we're treated to seeing so many performances from so many skaters from so many rinks and countries that I've kind of lost touch with the leaderboard, but there are still some skaters that we haven't yet seen who will be competing in the last two events, and there may be still some that intend to achieve qualification for the final. But as you said, everybody eager to achieve their own personal best, irrespective of how that compares against others.
Well, I was looking at the entry list for Wuji next week, and I'll be going there, and it's going to be really exciting for the women and the men, because it will come down to that competition, or may come down to that competition, as there's some really good top skaters finishing the Junior Grand Prix season with that event, and they are in contention. Pairs, of course, we know are done. Dance, we'll have to take a list. We'll take a look at the list as we enter the free programs tomorrow and the next day, the following day, and see, you know, who is situated where. So, but you know, we're here to cover all the skaters. We love to focus on the skaters that are making the Junior Grand Prix final, but also there are many other very good skaters who don't make the final, who may very well do that next year. We've seen strength coming from all over the world, and that is a delight.
And now, what a moment for this young 14-year-old. Representing Serbia, Nadja Savic, a skater who has competed in Slovenia at the Triglav Trophy and the Selig Trophy, but last season at Advanced. Now, in her first Junior Grand Prix.
Well, Mark, that was a nice performance by Nadja. Nice spinner, beautiful spin positions, nice camel spin, good in the spin as well. It's a nice split jump going into the double flip. This is the early stages of development for this young woman. Not the triples yet, but here's the double axel. Wow, that was really nicely done all the way around, undoubtedly. Double Lutz, double toe loop, nice and clean. And then there's the split into the double flip. So nice transition going in, a little bit itchy on the landing there. And look at that camel spin, that's a beauty. Change veg, there's the change feature. Back to the back inside, jump over the back sit. You want to stretch that toe, we're the toe police here. And the leg lift there, and that spin is in at a level 2. So missing 2 out of the 4 features on that. But Mark, overall, good start, just 13.
Yeah, fantastic. And for Nadja, based on her previous experience, she's done advanced novice competition, but she hasn't in competition landed a fully rotated or been successful with a fully rotated double axel. So although this is less technically difficult than that, which we'll see from the others, for Nadja, this is a great significance of the hard work that's been done in the off-season to showcase not just a clean double axel, but good takeoff double axel. I like the dynamic.
Yeah. Look at her smile in the kiss and cry. She just loved that. And you can see when she took to the ice, she was so excited to go out there and be, in her first junior Grand Prix event. And there she is and skates a clean program for herself. And she's going, I love this. I think I want to come back here. Look at you get to see it. That is awesome. That's awesome. Yeah.
And then what an opportunity. If she's done the absolute best that she can do. It looks like this is just everything that she would have hoped for. But now, what catalyst this will be for the triples. She's got the double axel in the off season now. What will this be for the triples to come? Maybe the rest of this season, or certainly heading into next year.
Yeah, no question. The technique in the doubles is fine. It's not an issue at all. And the rotation position is pretty good. It's okay for double. I mean, you don't want to be too tight yet, but she'll move on to triples quite nicely, especially as she gains strength. As we take a look at the scores, 34.43 for Nadja. And that, of course, is going to put her in first, as she is the first skater out in this event. Nice job. Good start.
And so now from a skater in their first ever Junior Grand Prix to a skater in their 3rd season on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. She was 24th in Gdansk. Pernille she had a 39.17 there. We'll be hoping for more here in Ljubljana.
Well, a pretty nice skate for Pernille, other than the triple toe loop. Looked great on the takeoff, good in the air, nice and tight, straight and strong, but then started to reach down and break at the waist, and then she slipped off the toe pick. Unfortunately, had to take the fall on the triple toe. Mechanics of that jump are really nice. You have to hold your back and your shoulders and your main body core really firm, no matter even if you start to go off a little bit. But let's take a look at some of the elements here. Great flow into this double axel, good speed right off the end of the edge, covers a lot of ice, held landing. You want to point that toe a little bit more there, Mark. Slow that down, nice and slow. Let's see what happens here. She looked great in the air. You see how she just broke at the waist? So unfortunate, because that was a beauty in the air. Keep that back strong, would have been no problem. Double flip, hands above the head. Nice. Leans quite forward on the landings. Maybe that's a little bit of a trait of hers. And if you're a little bit forward on the blade, you know you're going to be safe pretty much than being too far back. So you see the sit spin at the end of the program. She could do a lay back or sit. She chooses the sit spin. And that is in level 3, so just missing one feature there.
And for Pernille, there was a beautiful transition after the double axel with some lovely little hops and nuances, and she's such a well-packaged skater. I noticed her planned program content has a triple flip and a triple toe, so she has potentially the technical to be very competitive here, but just obviously not feeling comfortable enough to go with that, and the gamble then to dilute the tech content, start with the double axel, unfortunately on this occasion hasn't paid off, and it's a shame. But for me, there were some really good touches in a skater that could indisputably be getting a score that's much lower than what she's capable of.
Yeah, I think, though, she's at that stage of development that she can do these elements. She has done the difficult elements, but being able to do them in a competition is completely different. That takes experience in the competition. That's what she's doing. She's gaining experience here. And if she got lucky, she's going to land it in competition. But otherwise, the process will be making the mistakes and then correcting that and eliminating them slowly as competitions go on. So, you know, we know that process of learning a jump first and then being able to apply it in competition is a long process, and that she's along the way here. Let's take a look at the score, 34.48 for Pernille, and that'll put her currently in first place, second skater out in this event. And you can see her sort of knowing the score is correct for her, and she's going to want to produce what she's capable of in practice. You can see that on the planned program sheet for the free program, and hopefully she has a better outing there.
And now to the Dutch skater Amelia Soloukhin, a skater who, to me, described the sport as her life and passion. And how wonderful that we are now getting to watch a skater who has such adoration for the sport. And with that in mind, we wish her nothing but happiness and joy, showcasing that now in her short program to the music Skip to the Bip and Mashka Nada.
Skip to the bip, my darling. Oh, you look so pretty there. Keep on skipping and keep on bipping. Everybody just step in time.
Well, a pretty good performance for Amelia. She landed the triple flip. I think it's probably a little bit under-rotated. But the approach for this is a little slower approach, a little scratchy in order to spin the rotation to get around. Okay, this is a good stage of development. She's going to want to add more speed going in, add more speed coming out, of course, more flow, but gets the job done. And that's the mission here at juniors early on in your development stage. We'll take a look at some of these elements. You'll see how it's just a little bit slow going in, but she gets around. I question the flip. We'll see that. Yeah, it's actually downgraded. Here it is. You can see, yeah, that's a forward landing, and it is downgraded in the system. Let's take a look here on this triple loop. That looked a little bit better. Better speed coming in. A lot of turning on that takeoff, and that is going to be, it's just being checked out now on the replay for the technical panel. Here's the double axle. Again, scratching on the toe pick right there. Slows it down, but gets all the way around, so no problem with that. Now, actually, the loop is also downgraded. So that momentum that she doesn't have going into the takeoffs slows her down enough to not get around. She needs to carry a little bit more speed on those takeoffs, Mark.
Yeah, and excuse me, some pressing buttons as well. Amelia had explained that she'd had this horrendous leg injury, and she credits so much to her coach in the belief in her as the reason that she was able to return. So she's so grateful to Daria Popova for helping her to get back. And, you know, I don't want to gloss over the injury too much, but I just want to acknowledge the support the coach has done to help the skater to push them back in this competitive arena. And although obviously both the coach and hopefully the skater will be mindful of what will happen with regard to the score, because it'll be frustrating to think, oh, I did the combo, I did the flip.
Yeah.
They'll realise hopefully not too distant, you know, the rotation is the issue, but given the injury, just the fact that she's back out there, that's something that she's proud to be able to say.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we often talk about the injuries that these athletes have had. Why do we talk about that? Everybody has injuries in their career, even non-athletes. But the point is that it slows the process, the learning process down. And so she's learning to get back on the ice. And maybe that's why she's a little bit slower going into those jumps at the moment. But she's got a nice, straight, strong, fast rotation position, but not enough momentum to carry her all the way through the rotation required. That'll come in time, I'm sure, as she gains some more confidence. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Amelia. Her personal best is 41.42, and she's going to fall short of that with a 36.16. But it does put Amelia Soloukhin from the Netherlands currently into first place.
Amelia Soloukhin from the Netherlands has earned in the short program 36.60 points, what brings her currently in the first place.
Well, I've mentioned we've gone from a newbie on the Junior Grand Prix to a skater in their third Junior Grand Prix season, and now for Weronika Ferlin, this is her fourth season on the Junior Grand Prix, and indeed the sixth country that she has represented Poland on the Junior Grand Prix in. So an amazing resume of international travel for Weronika. She'll be hoping to fare better here than the 35.24 points that she secured in her short program at her first event of this season in Ankara.
Well, Mark, for Weronika Ferlin from Poland, this was a really strong performance for her. I know she was wishing for that triple flip. Didn't happen, but the jump combination, great. Great lift on the axle. Great lift on the jump combination. And interesting, see how much choreography she had at the end of the program? Usually the skaters are finishing with a spin.
Good point.
But she finished her sit spin, but then had probably a good 20 seconds, maybe 15 or 20 seconds of choreography into that final pose. That stood out for me there. But I think she's got to be happy with that. She wanted the flip as well, but this is so much better than her first time out in the Junior Grand Prix this season. Let's take a look at some of the elements.
It's a good point. Now, the composition of the program normally doesn't lend itself to choreography later. It's normally put in the program earlier. Let's look at the combo.
Slow that down here, Mark. Yeah, thank you. Great lift, way up in the air, all the way around. That blade was completely backwards. Check it out here, and it looks clean to me. They didn't even review it. That was solid right in front of them in the tech panel, right by the ice side. She yanked that back inside edge on the flip takeoff. There's the double axle lift, way up in the air. What a nice job. That was a solid skate. Now, 41.54 is her personal best ever in the short program. 35 this season. She's gonna beat that for sure. Good sit spin. She chose to do that as opposed to the layback, and I think that's a good option, don't you, Mark? You know, because for some of the women, the layback and the back itself, you know, it's not so good for the.
Exactly, and it's easier because of the changes in the spin criteria this year. I think a lot of the skaters are finding it easier to attain the level 4 from the sit spin as opposed to the layback, and that obviously the choice for Weronika.
Exactly. With season's best, 42.58. That's also a personal best, and that puts Weronika into first place. And you can see kind of an accepting smile on her face. Okay, this was better. I can do more because I left some points on the table with the double flip, but it's a good indication of the direction she's moving this season so far.
And now to another skater who competed at the Junior Grand Prix in Ankara in Turkey, Nela Snebergerova, representing the Czech Republic. She'll be hoping for the fully rotated triple flip. That will be a huge accomplishment for Nela as she starts her short program.
Oh, nice triple combination for Nela. Outstanding. In fact, good double axel as well. And there's some other elements that I'm sure she can do better, but overall, she's a 42.09 personal best, but she's going to beat that here by, I think, quite a significant amount. So she's going to be pretty happy with this performance. Let's take a look inside the program. She reaches out right across the boards for the judging panel. Oh my gosh, that's entering space. There's the double axel, good extension on that. And here's the triple toe, good speed. Look at the lift up, no problem all the way around. Second triple toe, even higher. Yeah, perfect. Didn't even look at that. No review on that element. So starting the program really well. Here's the double flip that did not go up. She intended a triple flip. Was on a lean and just did not lift at all. So she was smart to keep it safe into the double. And there's change combination spin a little bit later. Level 3, so missing one of the features there. And a straight line step, she finished the program with that, but just a level 2. So some work to do in those areas, but overall, pretty good success on that combination. That was nice.
And Nela had explained to me this Junior Grand Prix is her last this season. She wanted to express her gratitude to her family because without them, she said she absolutely would not be and could not be where she is, and to gather such valuable experience. And just that sentence suggests she's mindful of, as we look at the step, what this opportunity offers to her as an athlete, but also that she's aware that she wouldn't be able to achieve that without the support of others. And I so appreciate that.
As we see her work her way through the step sequence. And a step sequence, for viewers who don't know much about the skating, can look great, but actually have relatively simple or don't achieve the turns that are required and the features. And here's a level 2 step sequence we're watching. So there's a level 4 is the highest that you can get. So she's missing 2 of those features there. And yet the step sequence look nice.
And I admire the novelty. She's joined by coaching the Kiss and Cry of exploiting the makeup for enhancing the story.
Yeah. Well, 45.09 personal best and season's best here. She's happy with that. And that will put her currently to first place. Vanilla from the Czech Republic. Nice job.
Which is her new season's best and brings her currently in the first place.
Wow, that was fast.
Oh, no way. Are we doing a warm-up already? Gosh.
Yeah. Unless somebody didn't show up. There we go.
Oh,
Here's warm-up. That was pretty quick. Well done there, Mark.
So, well, speedy. I've survived one group of getting the replays. Let's see. We've only got about 300 more groups to go. Let's see if I can manage to.
Doing a great job.
Oh, bless
Doing
you.
a great job. Group 2 takes the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. So, questions or what have you seen? What is the points of interest that you're seeing there live? It's quite different, than being at home and broadcasting, because you're really not in the environment to, get the feel of the competition.
Yes.
So fill us in.
It really is fascinating. I think I'm grateful also for the fact that I arrived as early as Tuesday, and then I got to see that some of the skaters are fortunate. If they come from a big skating federation, then the skating federation, to my knowledge, then appears to buy ice from the venue. So when I arrived on Tuesday and came to the rink to just acclimatise to the venue, the Japanese team were on when they had the dancers on and the single skaters, and because it's a federation that has a larger number, for whatever reason or however they do it, they get the chance to access the ice before the official practices. So Wednesday is the time when the official practices for all the athletes start, and it's just interesting to consider who's come early enough to have a practice and who's able to do such a thing. So that's really cool that some of them are lucky enough to have a couple of days.
I think those federations that travel a long distance, Japan and Canada, the United States, they, generally if they're going to Europe, you're on a 10-hour flight or more. And so therefore they get a day earlier to acclimatize to the time change and get a feel for the ice. So that's generally what happens with those teams in Europe. Of course, it's an hour-and-a-half flight or something like that. So they may not go in a day early.
Yeah, and I think what I'm also really mindful of is then hearing from the skaters and seeing them in practice is just the effect of competition on the performance. And I've seen so many wonderful skaters practicing and so many skaters delivering technical content that's really competitive. And then, of course, acknowledging that whilst a lot of the skaters make the same kind of content, it is those that are accustomed to competition that can deliver under pressure. And that's a whole other caveat.
Yeah, you know, the difference in probably, you know, we see the top group, maybe top group of 8 skaters in an event like this that really have all the same elements, and anybody on any given day could be right up at the top. But when it comes to competition, you're really only dealing with, you know, 4 or 5 that you know are probably going to deliver. Sometimes they don't, but most of the times they do. And that is the difference between a bigger group of skaters who could challenge and a smaller group who do have success. It's delivering under the stress of competition, and that is a whole new learning curve.
And I think another thing that I'm really mindful of as we see just a glimpse of some of the coaches ringside is the awareness that for each and every coach as well as skater, this is a huge part of their life. And I think perhaps maybe it's because I've been home in the last 3 weeks and, you know, in my garage, as much as I want to speak the story of the skaters, being here live and seeing skaters and coaches that are likely to be in the lower groups, but recognizing whilst they may be in the lower groups for the free skate, they are just as consumed by our sport as those that are in the higher groups with the greater accolades. And I think that's something that I'm really grateful to be on site to recognize and have reinforced. I know that, of course, and I'm mindful of it, but then just being here just makes me really aware. You know, we see the skater with the Ukrainian jacket on. Everybody's got very different experiences and investments in their participation here.
Yeah, those young skaters that have all the skills come here with not the expectation of being at the top or even the desire, but just being excited and happy to be here. But the ones that come here to get the points to try to make the final, there's a different approach, or not a different approach. Approaches skate well, but there's a different feeling. Let's put it that way. Yeah, there's no question. Do we have any questions, Mark, that have come in?
Yes,
and we encourage and thank all the people that do send questions in.
Yes, we definitely do. We've had a question about what our favorite jump is.
I've already said this. For me, the Lutz. I love a good Lutz, a really good one. When a skater accelerates on that back outside edge because it's a strong edge and then flies off the pick. I love that.
It's funny, when I was watching some of the practices earlier today, and there was a skater, I can't recall which skater it was, but they did triple lutz, and I was standing in the referee's position, and they had the landing that is the kind of landing like we see there where the skater I know will feel good. There are some landings that just the toe pick hits the ice coming down, you know, fully rotated and so comfortable, so over the rotational side of the body, and the back outside edge just flows and glides. And it was funny being again here on site, I could almost feel the feeling of, you know, that lovely jump. I remember, you know, those rare moments when everything would align and the running edge would just be long and glorious. And I love that for the skater. I love seeing them have that joyful landing. And we know that. For a skater, we'll know that.
Oh, they do. And, you know, when you have that, it's what feeds your fuel to continue after, you know, hundreds of falls and forced landings and all that kind of stuff. When you get that one, like that double axe there, so it feels so good. It's like flying.
Yeah.
And that's a great sensation. Here we go. Group number 2, day number 1 in Ljubljana.
Next to skate representing Lithuania.
Coach Elisa
Milana
Mikansari
Siniavskyte.
giving important words of wisdom. Look at the connection there between coach and skater as one of the youngest athletes takes to the ice. Milana Siniavskyte representing Lithuania. She said her mother leads her everywhere and her dream is to compete in the Olympic Games.
Well, what a lovely piece of music and a lovely program. Certainly not necessarily what Milana wanted to produce here. Opening up nicely, triple combination with the double axel, fall on the triple flip. We'll take a look at some of that. And just a young skater, just 13, so lots of time to continue to progress and develop. Mark, you were going to say something?
I was just going to acknowledge as we see this very beautiful, elegant opening that Milana obviously has huge potential. And I saw on her social media that she'd been at the Lombardia Trophy and she had pictures taken with the world champion Ilya Malinin and Amber Glenn as we see this double axel. And I suspect that as she looked a little disappointed, but we see this triple toe, double three turn, triple toe, her disappointment will be because it obviously isn't a reflection of her best, but also she has such high aspirations as we see that fall.
Yes. Which is good. I mean, that's good. You have to have high aspirations and expectations of yourself to want to get there, but there's going to be a number of disappointing days while you get there. So although this wasn't a terrible program at all in any sense, it's a lovely program, she'll be not satisfied because she wants to skate perfect. So that is something that's a curse and a blessing.
And I think, for us, Milana's, she's not going to get a great score because of the mistakes made, but what we can see is that she is primed with good technique, good flow, good glide, good skating skills. She's working with Angelina Tarenko and Elisa, who have and continue to produce such great skaters. So she's got to bide her time. But it's like I say, I think that having seen her so happy and excited to see some of the best seniors, she'll train with great skaters, then it's like a blessing and a curse. When you're surrounded by other great skaters, it elevates your game, it helps you improve, but then it frames your perspective differently now because she's not delivered what she sees the others that she trains with do, but the others that she's training with presumably aren't 13 years of age.
Most of these athletes at this level of competition, or the higher level competition, either junior or senior, are A-type personalities. They want to win. Or win doesn't necessarily mean the goal, but it means to skate perfect all the time, which is very elusive. We talked about that. And this is the process in juniors that is always challenging because there's usually, in most of the skaters, there's going to be some mistakes along the way. But I believe that this young woman is determined and she's focused. And she has a lovely parts of her skating, and she's going to continue to improve. And there'll be more joyous days in the future. But today is a little bit disappointing, 41.61, and that'll put Milana currently into third place. Lots of ability and potential, and I'm sure much more to come from her in the future.
Lithuania has earned in the short program 41.61 points, what brings her currently in the third place.
And now to a skater born in Montreal but living in Romania for the last 4 years, Ana Stratulat, a 15-year-old who won the test skate for this Junior Grand Prix in Romania. Her coach said they're optimistic and try to enjoy every competition at this level.
Well, you can see at the end of the program for Anna, just a little disappointed. This skater, as Mark, you were mentioning, they don't have a lot of ice during the summertime.
So Anna actually, she does go to train in Canada for some of the summer when she has no ice, but certainly she comes from a rink where they just don't have ice in the summer, so they have to work off the ice and try to find ice wherever they can.
Yeah, so preparation's always a little difficult. Intending, here's the triple toe, double toe. Intending to do triple toe, double loop, which is in the planned program, but that free leg swung around and wisely went into the double toe loop there. That is a downgraded double toe loop. In fact, the triple flip attempt is just being reviewed. That'll be a downgrade as well. And here's the double axel. Arms and free leg snap up into the air and on the back of the heel. That was a very hard fall. I mean, because she's continued to turn and falls on the left shoulder. Gets up really quickly and back into the program. It's a flying camel spin. That's a level 3. It takes a lot of flexibility and strength in that position.
And I thought that I like the opening and the storytelling and the concept. And at the open posture, even here, start to finish, there's a concept behind the composition. Although the skating skills aren't as developed as others, there was good concept behind the composition. And how impressive that Coach Simona Punga has dressed with the colours appropriate to the costume. I wonder if that's a thing all coaches do.
No, I don't think so. But
well, it's a very ice dance kind of thing to do. That's what that looks like.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, well matched, that's for sure. Yeah, not the score. 28.75 is her personal best in the short program. She's going to draw a little bit short of that on this day. Yeah, just a bit of a struggle, and that happens. And you know, it's interesting. We don't actually have all the information on during. There is a portion of the bios that says off-season and on-season hours per week, but it's not always 100% accurate as to what's happening each year, and much depends on the situation where they're at. She's at 15 hours a week in the low season and 12 hours during the high. So during the most important part of the season, she's only skating 12 hours a week. So that's not the same as many of the other top athletes, for sure.
And what Anna really needs to soak up, I suppose, is her own advice. I've seen her on social media posting about believe, dream, achieve. And so if this isn't what she wants, then the belief can be continually fostered through more visualization, through this experience here, or, as she says, dream. Like, we encourage those to, you know, dream about the possibility of greater improvements, because they're so much a product of their own brain space. So if they can continue to foster the aspirations that they have in their own brain space, then it's going to manifest in their results.
Yeah, and then you have to find out, well, what do I have to do to make that dream reality? And quite often that might be challenging because they don't have the facilities or the time or whatever the case may be, or it might be very possible I just have to work harder. I just have to focus more on the things I need to deal with. So let's take a look at the score. 25.33 for Anna, and that'll put her into 7th place at this stage of the competition.
She has earned in the short program 25.33 points, what brings her currently in the 7th place.
And now to the skater who trains and represents Greece, Sofia Lamprinou. I think she may be the youngest in the entire competition across all 3 disciplines in Ljubljana. And talking about optimal conditions, the skater skates in the tiniest of rinks as well.
Maybe you can make a change to the world. We're reaching out for a soul. It's kind of lost in the dark. Maybe you can find a key to the stars, to catch the spirit of hope, to save one hopeless heart.
Well, some really nice skating skills and connection with the music and some choreography for Sofiia. A little early on in his development of jumps, of course. Gets around the double-doubles is not a problem. But boy, the in-between part, the skating skills, the speed, the flow, we're going to see that really nicely here. Connects with the music, gets it right away. Beautiful opening choreography. There's that bracket, steps up into the double axe. A little bit of a scratch on that back edge. That's going to be under rotates, downgraded in fact. But beautiful layback spin. That's in at a level 3 with a plus GOE. And here's the double Lutz. No problem. Double loop. Going to want to have more speed going in, a little bit more height and tighter position as he moves towards the triples. But this, oh, here's the layback swing. Pardon me. The other one was a combo. Nicely centered, good flexibility and good strength at the end there with the Bielman. Some lovely qualities with this young woman skating, but as Mark said, skates and trains in a very tiny little rink, and so a little short on the type of assets that you need to have higher up, but she's determined. Tell us the story, Mark, that you were mentioning.
What I just love with Sofiia is that she's got such trust for her coach, Panagiotis, who joins her in the kiss and cry now, in dealing with the tiny ice rink that they have, because Panagiotis faced the same obstacles. He trained there. He went on to become an ISU championship competitor. And so how wonderful to hear of the belief and faith that Sofiia has, that despite the fact that she trains in a rink that's a fraction of the size of this rink, her coach has done it, and he's managed to get through, and they just share a dream of finally getting a full-size Olympic rink in Greece. And so we shout their campaign. Let's hope that somebody's listening from Greece that'll support that.
Absolutely. Great story. Good research, Mark. Well, 35.68 is her personal best in the short program, and hopefully she can beat that score here. She's got some really lovely qualities throughout the program, and as she gains more strength and power and speed, which is difficult in a very small rink, that momentum is going to help her into those as she approaches those triple jumps for sure. Here, the score is season's best, 36.87, so that is an improvement, but there's much more in her. I'm sure we'll see as she progresses through her career. So that'll put her currently into 4th place, and there's a look at the leaderboard so far in the competition.
Points, which is her new season best and brings her currently on the 4th place.
And now to Meri Marinac, representing Croatia, a 16-year-old born in Zagreb, who you may have seen in warm-up showcasing some huge jumping passes. I've seen really big, lofty jumps on her social media as well. Let's hope that she can replicate those under the pressure of the performance as she skates to music by Barbara Pravi.
Désormais, il est tout à toi. Prête-moi
Well, we often talk about these type of performances. We saw in the warm-up session that Meri was a fantastic jumper, huge, and we thought, oh wow, she's jumping like Anna Pezzetta, it's just massive. But none of that developed here in this competition. And you can see with every mistake that was made, the disappointment carried her into the next element, which another mistake was made, which carried it, it just snowballed.
And for me, that's where I don't want to go on about injuries all the time, but this is skater Meri didn't. She competed, I just think, once at the Triglav Trophy in Slovenia last season. I think she's been ruled out, and on social media she's alluded to injury. But I've seen, as I said, on our socials, her triple loops is massive. That triple salto, huge.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Look at this triple salto. This is amazing. Across the ice, huge reloads up here. Looks good in the air and off the back of the heel. Slow with the free leg. You got to punch that back to stabilize the landing. Watch the left foot. Left foot slips right there off the edge, and that goes in what we call in skating world a waxel. It's supposed to be a double axel, and there is a double flip. That's okay. Big jumper, carries lots of speed and momentum into and mostly out of when she gets it, loses the balance, the back camel spin. So this is the change combination spin at the end of the program, and that is in at no level.
And it's,
wow.
It's so sad because we can see a skater who potentially with big triple, who's got big jumping passes and good skating skills, even the double flip. We could see the glide on the back of the double flip, the transitional exit. Yeah. A skater who could easily have components in at least the fives, but obviously not competition ready yet or anywhere near. The score will be nothing like what she is, I think, capable.
Yeah, 40.55 is her personal best, and this is a 25.25, and she says, oh my gosh, that might be the lowest score. Talk about a personal best, but this is also a personal perhaps lowest score. This is a good skater. She's an excellent jumper. This was a really bad day for her. This just did not work out. That's okay. Come back in the free program. Show us what you got. We saw it in the warm-up.
Well, talking about coaches matching their skaters, Mihoko Higuchi has the pink on for the beautiful dress of Rena Uezono. A skater who, such quality. She was just off the podium though in Ostrava, was fourth there. Music to the same artist, Barbara Pravi.
Écoutez-moi, moi la chanteuse à demi. Parlez de moi, de vos amours, à vos amis. Parlez de cette fille aux yeux noirs et de son rêve fou. Moi ce que je veux, c'est écrire des histoires qui arrivent jusqu'à vous. C'est tout.
Well, Mark, this is the Rena that we saw last year in the Junior Grand Prix final. This is the Rena that we know can produce like she just did here. Did not have a great outing in Ostrava in the Czech Republic a little earlier on the Junior Grand Prix. But here is redemption. This was a beautiful program. So well performed to the music. Excellent elements.
Yeah, and I think from the different components, the presentation and the concept of the storyline was so well articulated with a maturity way beyond her 14 years, and I so respect the obvious work that's gone into this. Look at the variation in the way in which she's expressing. You can tell that that athlete has an emotion or a concept behind that movement.
A beautiful double axel, speed in, speed out with a 3-turn and a held edge. Here's the look at the Lutz. Good outside edge, that's good. Yeah. Gets around that, is on the quarter. There's the triple toe loop, and they give her that. So the Lutz was on the quarter, toe loop was clean for the technical panel. As we see some of the steps. The steps came in at level 4, so that was well done. Triple flip a little bit later in the program, all the way around. Good flow in and out. A nice catch on this, all the choreography here, Mark. That was actually at the end of the layback. A wonderful exit.
And even like that unique back Choctaw step. And Mahoko Higuchi, the coach and choreographer, I love to see when there's a choreographer that's got a different style. We see some, wonderful choreographers, and we get a little bit more familiar with their patterns and their styles. Mahoko Higuchi, she has her own style and her own take, and I love its novelty and its uniqueness, and I feel like the approach to the choreography for this skater and this short program is a little bit more about storytelling. Maybe it won't enhance or showcase the skating skills as much as Kaoruko Wada that we saw last week, who has more flow and more glide, but for me, from a presentation perspective, this is one of the best.
Well, her personal best is 67.87. Her season's best, which she earned earlier on in the Junior Grand Prix, at 64.41. She is going to come close to that. I'm not sure whether it'll beat that first score in the Junior Grand Prix, but nevertheless, no matter what the score is here, this is a solid performance. She's on her way back and she moves through the season. Let's take a look at the short program score for Rena Uezono from Japan, 63.09. That is first in the short program so far, a little bit less than her season's best and also the personal best. Strong program here on day one. And she'll want to try to win this competition to have a shot at the Junior Grand Prix final. She has a 4th place finish, taking 9 points out of her first Junior Grand Prix.
Next to skate representing Ukraine.
And now to Sofiia Rymshyna, a skater representing Ukraine. And this is her first Junior Grand Prix competition. Big moment as she skates a fire dance by Jennifer Thomas and has some pretty ambitious tech content. We'll be hoping to open with triple combination.
Well, that was a different ending for Sofiia. That was interesting. Change combination spin, changing feet, and then right at the exit of that change combination spin at the end of the program goes right into the sit spin, which looked like a continuation of the combination spin. I've never seen that. Well, I'm not sure. I don't think you probably caught that, but that was a shocker.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's all legal. Level 3 on both spins.
So the way the skaters showcase the different composition. We've seen other skaters use the ending for storytelling, but Sofiia had to rush to get the content done.
And we can take a look at the triple Lutz here. It's good. A little bit of a change of edge. Nice and straight in the air all the way into the double toe loop. Clean combination, not even reviewed by the technical panel, so that looked good. And there is a look at the triple flip. And that has been authorized with the technical panel as well. So good start to the program, double axel. Let's watch her right off the end of that edge. And that's a little bit not her strongest double axel, I'm sure. There's the late Bielman spin.
It was interesting with the double axel, the left leg takeoff. For Sofiia, she looked so happy, I think, beside Coach Lilia Patatina.
Hey, Coach.
Yay.
Come on, Coach, let's go.
She's done, I've seen her online that she's landed triple loops, triple flips, and triple lutzes, but hasn't gone for triple sal and triple toe, which are the considered easier triple jumps. So perhaps she's just much more comfortable with the takeoffs from the right leg.
How interesting is that? Everybody's a little bit different, for sure. Some people have the difficult jumps as the easier one. 48.67 for Sofiia. That is second in the short program. And first time out, she's established her personal best score right here on this day. Nice. Second place. There's your top 5 skaters so far in the women's short program.
We will now take a short break for ice resurface.
Oh, wow. We're on an ice break now, Mark.
Yeah.
Are you scrambling to find out the video playback list?
I'm just thinking if I pressed all the correct buttons. Yes, no, we're all good, and I have the list of videos to watch and enjoy in this first of 2 resurface breaks during the women's short program here in Ljubljana, and the content includes the must-watch moments from the event in Gdansk, and then to the Gdansk winner Mao Shimada after her win, the interview that you conducted with her TED a week ago, and then the final video in this resurface break with Diana Stellato-Dudek and the amazing comeback from her return from being a junior women's competitor to being a senior pairs world champion.
Perfect. Enjoy. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gdansk. In our must-watch moments, there were some remarkable and record-breaking programs this week, but let's get started with Mark and the ice dance.
Thanks, Ted. And the must-watch moments in the dance event, definitely down to the winners, Katarina Wolf-Kosten and Dmitry Tsarevsky, who, despite making some mistakes in their first Junior Grand Prix of the series, scooped the highest free dance score of the entire series thus far, and they now pretty likely to have secured their place at the Junior Grand Prix final in Grenoble in December. Ted, what about the women's event?
Well, in the women's event, Mark, we witnessed the top score of any Junior Grand Prix event in its history. Mao Shimada of Japan skated to a song based around the cycle of life corresponding to the changing seasons, and it was absolutely spectacular and spellbinding, as well as the triple axel and the quad toe as well. It's a moment you won't want to miss. In my 11 years of covering the Junior Grand Prix, it is the best program I have ever seen. Mark, the Paris.
Well, the dominance of the Chinese pairs continued in this event, with Zhang and Huang winning again with a 25-point lead over the next place team, and that secures them 30 points in total, and they are the lead standard going into the Junior Grand Prix final with 30 points, looking forward to December in Grenoble. Ted, what about the men's competition?
Well, in the men's competition, Lukas Vlaklavic from Slovakia takes the gold medal, the second gold medal by a Slovakian skater. And I spoke to him. He did not expect, he was maybe hoping for a medal at some point, but did not see this coming at all and simply focused on his skating. And he is absolutely thrilled, not only for himself, but for the momentum that Slovakian skaters are starting to develop in the women's and the pairs, the dance, and the men's as well. So it's an exciting time in the Slovakian skating community. Mark, what about your most watched moments other than the champions?
Well, it's timely that you mention Slovakian skating because the standout moment for me and a must-watch moment comes from Lukash's sister, Aneta Vaklavakova, and her partner, Ivan Morozov, who competed in the ice dance event. And so often, Ted, you and I acknowledge our appreciation for a nice leg line and a pointed toe, and this very young dance team just embodies that, and the class and refinement of their movement makes me believe that they are a team definitely to watch out for in the future. What about you, Ted?
Well, if you want to get a Mark's mention, then just point your toes, that's for sure. Well,
You're right.
For me, I go back to the women's event and Anna Pizzetta of Italy. We have to recognize how brilliant that short program was. Probably the highest, biggest, longest jumper in the world right now, junior or senior, and it all came together. It did not stay together in the free program, but the short program, you won't want to miss that. Check that out. Let's go to Sarah. Sarah, what about your must-watch moments?
Hello ISU, it's Sarah Hurtado here, and after watching the Junior Grand Prix this weekend, I have to say that my must-watch performance would have to be the free dance of the French ice dance team of Dania and Theo. Why that? Because to me, keeping up the concentration and the good energy from a rhythm dance to a free dance when you're looking for a podium placement is really hard, and they were able to pull that off, delivering really, really good quality of skating. So my congratulations to them and to all the ice dance team in this event. I'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. Bye.
Well, that concludes the must-watch moments from Gdansk, Poland. We move on to Ljubljana. We hope you'll join us there. Here in Gdansk, Poland, with the women's champion Mao Shimada of Japan with a huge 224 points total score. Mao, how did you feel about your performance today?
今日は今できる最高の演技ができたと思います。
With such a fine performance, so incredible, how do you actually make it better moving on to the Junior Grand Prix final?
4回転トーループがしっかりまだ決めれてないので、そこと、あとはもっと一歩が伸びるスケーティングができるようになれば、もっといい演技ができると思います。
And last question, do you feel this might be the very best program you've ever had designed for you?
私も衣装も振り付けもすごく気に入っていて、滑ってて楽しいです。
Well, in my 11 years covering the Junior Grand Prix final, this is the finest women's performance I have ever seen by Mao Shimada, the champion here in Gdansk.
And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. My name is Deanna Stellato-Dudek, and I am a pair skater for Canada.
The reason Deanna is so special is actually her fire, her dedication, and for her, it's Olympic every day.
I think what attracted me to figure skating in the first place was the freedom that you feel when you have the wind in your face and you're skating around the rink, and also the artistic expression, what you can do with your arms and feet while you're gliding. It's difficult to describe. It's unlike any other feeling that you can get in shoes.
Deanna Stellato. She is 16 years old and perhaps the most focused of all the skaters here, the last one off the practice ice.
When I was 17 years old, I sustained a hip injury that was very common at the time. It eventually ended my childhood career, my 1.0 career.
She retired and then never come back in skating for 16 years. She didn't think about skating.
I think retiring at 17 was very difficult. You're too young to really deal with the severeness of that decision and how it's going to affect your life. I had a normal job in the States. I worked for a plastic surgeon in a small private practice, and we were at a work retreat, and we were just doing a fun little exercise over lunch where we all picked up a note card and said, read the question out loud, and then everybody around the table would answer it. And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. And then I kind of sat back in my chair and I was like, what? As everybody else was answering, I was like, what did I just say? I haven't skated in like 16 or 17 years. Like, that was a random answer. That was the catalyst that began this entire thing. So I guess I'm super lucky my mom kept those skates for all that time. I went for a first public sessions. I would get up at 4 in the morning to go skate in the morning before going to work my full-time job. And if I had a day at work that was like a 12-hour day and there was impossible for me to get on the ice, I would just make sure that evening I would do like a workout tape or I would stretch, but I would do something toward my dream every day, and I never broke the chain for 3 months.
Her dedication to the sport, to do what she do at the age she is unbelievable. She have to do so much more than other people to be able to do it. We train as much as the other younger skater, but on top of it, she have to do way more back home. She have to recover 2-3 hours a day so she can be ready for the next day. If not, it's not gonna happen. We knew the pressure would be super high being here at home, where I'm born, where we train.
When I got on the ice, I just heard the roar of the crowd and like, okay, let's breathe, we can do this. That pressure is motivation and motivation is pressure, and it's a thin line that separates them. When we got out there, I just looked at him and I said, we got this.
The crowd was so supportive, and it's give myself and Diana goosebumps as we were skating. It was something we'll remember for the rest of our life.
Winning here in Montreal was our dream. For sure, this was our dream. I just got really emotional and said, well, I fought and I gave it everything I could. And kind of one of those fairy tale stories that it still hasn't sunk in that I'm living yet. All that hard work, all those late nights, early mornings, all that pain, man, was it worth it in the end. If you can set aside some time every day and just do a little bit, you can potentially create a life for yourself beyond your wildest dreams.
skaters may now take the ice for 6 minutes warm-up. Наледено плоско вабимо на следните плавки на 6 минутно огревanje. From Canada, Hetty Shi.
Welcome back to Ljubljana for the third group of women. They're the starting order for warm-up group 3, and 2 Finnish competitors and also a Canadian as we introduce back Canadian Sir Ted Barton. Maybe you got an upgrade from Mr. to Sir.
Oh, Sir. Okay, that sounds better for some reason.
Oh, you like that? Okay, good.
When people call you, you go to the restaurant or you go to the airport or whatever, say, "Well, sir," then you go, "Oh man, I don't know. Is that mean I'm so old that you call me sir, or is it being polite, right?" But for you, because it sounds like Sir Elton John.
You'll be getting Lord Ted Barton by the end of the JGP.
Lord, yeah, right, yeah, sure. Or there are other names that many other people would use,
which won't make the broadcast.
So. Yeah, exactly. As we take a look at Hetty Shi from Canada, she'll skate first, and interesting enough, in the short program, usually most skaters, after the 6-minute warm-up, don't mind skating first because they've got it all together there. It's like a mini session, and you're warmed up, and it's not like a big dreading the long program. That is more problematic, of course, but not all skaters, but many skaters do like to skate first after the short, after the warm-up for the short.
Yeah, it's interesting, the different dynamic, and even this week I've heard from coaches who'd said to me, oh, they were heading into the draw, the official draw which took place yesterday. They're saying, I hope that she's not in the latter half of the group after the warm-up for the draw, so to skate 4th, 5th or 6th, because my skater doesn't like that waiting time. And yet for me, I never wanted to be first after the warm-up because I always felt that I exhausted myself in the the warm-up time. I obviously just didn't have enough stamina.
Interesting enough for Hetty, who we don't see now, but we just did see. She was the junior champion the season before last, and then moved immediately into the bronze medal position in senior. So she's had a quick rise, and but she's back on juniors now. So we'll see how she does. It's a long career and had some great success last season.
And that's what we hope for the athletes that want it, that long career. And it was interesting yesterday for me, Ted, such a pleasure and a privilege to chat with Stéphane Lambiel, and I think I can't stress enough what an honour it is to be able to speak with these legends of sport like Karolina Kostner the week before, and chatting with Stéphane Lambiel, 2-time world champion, Olympic medalist, and he's still, although coaching avidly and passionately, he's still getting the opportunity to perform, and just asking again, how is that possible for an athlete in such a physically demanding sport as this to continue to get opportunity to perform? And I think so much of the athletes have to take time to ensure that they warm up sufficiently, and all of the athletes on the ice now, I am sure, will have spent at least half an hour, preferably more, but time off the ice as we see the possible favourite for the event, Gia Shin.
Yes, Stéphane is such an interesting person. He's I don't want to say quiet. No, he is quiet. He's sort of thoughtful in his communication. Such a classy gentleman and does wonderful work. And I spoke to him last week, actually, not in an interview, but just off camera, and asked him about whether he likes to teach where he does, and he says, well, it's not far from my home, so if I feel really I'm at home. And you're isolated, not probably the easiest thing to get in and out of, as you travel around the world, but peaceful and control the environment. So he just loves where he works and what he does, and so he does great work, and you can see the result on the ice.
It was interesting for me chatting with Stéphane and seeing and sensing the very sincere passion, because we spoke on camera, and I'm sure that the wonderful, glorious team that we have here will edit that, and it'll be released maybe during a resurface or on social media. I'm not sure. I'm sure people will be able to access the chat. But obviously, prior to the chat, I was chatting off camera with Stéphane, and the sincerity and passion for what he hopes that skating will have was just burning bright, and he seems particularly invested in the skaters' opportunity to showcase their joy and love for what they're doing and showcase their emotion. And it was interesting because I thought that maybe because he's such a brilliant skater himself, and all his skaters are so brilliant too, that he might talk about skating skills and composition, but he actually spoke about people showing emotion, and that was something that he seemed to be as passionate about as anything. And I thought it was really cool that a person who's had such success having to stick to the criteria and do what's necessary for point scoring, but seem to talk about something that probably proportionally doesn't get many points, a skater showing their emotions. That's cool.
But I think it's a very valid point, because what can this sport, how does the sport grow? Okay, we know technically it's challenging and we watch that sport aspect, but how can it grow in popularity? By the skaters bringing a performance to that's why we talked about this last week. That's why I really believe if you've got a story behind your program or behind the character, let's hear it. Let people know what you're trying to portray, because right now we guess at it and we go, I'm not quite sure what it was, it's kind of odd or it looks nice, but is there a story? Don't really know. But if the story is told beforehand and you release it, it could be somebody like, I lost one of my grandparents and this is a dedication to him or whatever. So some of the times you get that and you bring that forward, but it adds so much to the viewership, to the viewing of an event. So I would love to see that, and that transcends into emotion. And if the athlete brings the emotion of the story and the music and the moment, that's something special. Okay, as we get started in group number 3, Mark, take it away.
And now, as we mentioned, the 2022-2023 season junior champion of Canada, Hetty Shi. She struggled a little bit in Bangkok, Thailand at her first junior Grand Prix of this season. And hoping now for a clean skate in Slovenia.
Well, you can see Hetty Shi from Canada, disappointment at the end of that program. And, you know, I was talking offline with you, Mark, about in every sport, in most sports, the sophomore year is more difficult than the rookie year. And she was a rookie last year in senior. She was a senior in junior, right? But she's a rookie in senior. And now this is her sophomore year. And expectations, whether they're internal or not, don't know. And you're going through the growth, and you're going through expectations yourself, and you're learning new elements, all that kind of stuff. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here. This is a very good skater that has had 2 competitions, at least so far in the short program here. Had some challenges. We'll see what happens in the free program as we take a look at some of the elements here. This got scratchy and 2-foot landing. Slow it right down there, Mark, on the landing there. Under-rotated with that free leg dragging on the ice. It is under-rotated in the system. Comes down the ice for the triple loop. I was planning to go up, but she's too far forward. Doesn't have enough speed to go up into a triple toe loop, and goes into the double, and then opens up too much on that. That is a downgrade. And then the double axel, that was fine. You can see the abilities and technique right there. And in fact, in the system, it's a triple loop, double toe without any under rotation. Oh no, there it is, downgrade. Sorry, pardon me. As we analyze now the step sequence, and this is in at a level 2, so missing some of the features. It's difficult. One of the most difficult things for the skaters, we've talked about this, is to carry disappointment through a performance that's supposed to have joy. And she didn't even finish the last position. You can see that. And so, you know, there, you're going to want to be professional, and you want to hold that last position regardless of how you feel. Having said that, you're human, and we understand how difficult that is.
Yeah, and I think for Hetty, she's had the coaching change, so she was previously with Andrew Evans and Paul Parkinson, now with Rafaela Ratunian and Brian Orser. Karen Preston's here helping as well. So lots of inputs and changes, and that's all presumably in the pursuit of excellence. And, you know, change can be messy at the beginning, but hopefully glorious at the end.
Very good point. It can be just a little challenging in the beginning, which is what we're seeing now, and good in the end. 47.41, that'll put Hetty into 3rd place, and her personal best is 54 points, so she's way off that at this stage, but that's okay. She's a good skater. She's in a learning process. She'll come back, whether it's in the free program or later in the year. I believe that this young woman has lots of skill, and she'll show that as the season progresses.
Now the next competitor, one of the most seasoned and experienced juniors ever of all time, Gia Shin, 3-time world junior medalist. She struggled in Bangkok, and she struggled a little bit in the warm-up here with the triple-triple. We wish her well as the beautiful style of Gia Shin takes to her start position.
And Gia Shin just showed why she is the 3-time world medalist, silver medalist. That was absolutely brilliant. It all came together. She looks comfortable and confident now. Delicate as always, but also very powerful. Just amazing. What a wonderful performance. And we talked about when there are coaching changes that there's always that little, might be just personal, little expectation, I need to prove to people that I made the right decision. That can take time. And the first outing for Gia was not her best, at least at this point. This was her best. This was absolutely brilliant. Brian Orser is such a wonderful competitive coach. He knows the moments himself as a skater, and he's bringing that to the... Watch the height here. The flow off this back outside edge flies through there all the way around. Look at the speed between the Lutz and the toe. A little forward, but she handles that nicely by punching that free leg back, stabilize the landing. Look at that, Ina Bauer. Sets this angle up a little bit off the end of the edge. Beautiful double axel into a little hop. And then a little bit later, here's the triple flip, a series of Mohawks. Look at the height and the flow on that landing. Extension as well. Into a little inside spread eagle. Just beautiful. And execution of the elements. Mark?
Yeah, and the difficulties we see, the Bjorn feature and the difficult exit of the layback spin, the difficulty of the transition into the flip, the rotation that's going anti-clockwise into that jump, so hard to check, and she just does it very effortlessly.
If you read body language, and I know Brian fairly well, and he could see he just sort of breathed deep with a sigh of pride of what his athlete had just done. And, you know, knowing it was hard, first time out, it was 54.89 was her first season's best. She's going to destroy that score right now. And her personal best is 73. She won't reach that, but this is season best 69.24. And you can see her go, yeah, that's better. That's more like me. And Brian goes, yes, we're back on track. Great job by both.
69.24 points, what is her new season's best and brings her currently in the first place.
And now to the first of the home country skaters, Julia Lavrenchik. Her older sister is her coach, and this choreography unique, as is the costume indeed. So many alluding to the specialness of the skater's bravery in choosing something different to others.
Even with the bitter cup, you gave my brothers a drink up. Did everything but gave up. Stab my back, I can't run. Still we win, we prayed up. Even when we down, we raise up. Ain't no want, no we need it. The kinds that beat have been greedy. We need ours by this evening. No white flag or no treaty. We got the product, we got the tools, we got the minds, we got the youth. We going wild, we on the loose. People is blind, we are the truth. Everything old should now become new. Release of the green, bearing the fruit of God and our neighbor as written in Luke. But only in God and we are the truth.
And you're live.
Julia Lovričić, Slovenija.
Well, I think they're waiting for the marks, but for Julia is sort of anxiously waiting, and maybe this will be less than she hoped for, but it's still a brilliant performance. 47.94. Okay, nod of approval for both. That's good, and that puts her in fourth place. That's as good as this young woman can skate at this stage and give her confidence to continue to improve. A sibling hug. Something special.
Naslednja bo drsala predstavnica Finske. Next to skate representing Finland, Ida Karunen.
And now to Ida Karunen. She was fifth in Bangkok. Coach Marina Shushaba encourages her onto the ice. And this a fun and entertaining, different take completely for the short program. Jazz Hot from the 16-year-old from La Prantra.
Well, that was a great short program for Karina from Finland. Lots of pep and spunk, backed up with some solid jumping passes as well, and spins. And she comes off the ice looking somewhat happy. I'm not jumping for joy, but she looks pretty satisfied with that. She was 5th in Bangkok. And as we take a look at some of the elements, here's the triple lutz. Good speed, maybe a change of edge, I'm not sure. And that is being looked at. That's clean. Triple lutz, triple toe in the system by the technical panel. And here is the double axel. Watch the arms go back and go forward with the free leg. So all 3 body parts working together with the jumping leg. Body part number 4. There's the triple flip, not as high, and maybe a little bit of a hook hits on the quarter for the technical panel on that triple flip. Great speed on this camel. And change combination spin. Wow, terrific speed and nice centering as well. That comes in at a level 4 with a plus GOE.
And Ida has been so consistent, hasn't she, Ted? She's had top 7 and top 5 at the last year's Junior Grand Prix, top 5 again this year. And so now for Ida and coach, it's just going to be just trying to find those maximum grades of execution and the PCS pushing up into the 7s to try to, make the big breakout onto the podium that I'm sure Marina, coach, and Ida, the skater, will be so desperate to have.
Yeah, and when I watch her skate, I'm going, okay, how does she get better now? I mean, maybe a little bit more facial expression, working with the choreography, and a little bit more strength, power, and speed. But really, she's on the right track. Season's best, 57.69. That's solid score. That'll put her currently into 3rd place. Great job. She's had a very consistent season so far. She's going to want to continue this, but continue to grow as well. And that's difficult in the middle of a competitive season. How do you actually get better? Is it a new jump? Is it more emotion? What is that? Because you don't want the competitive season to stop your growth. You need that to continue to get better throughout the season.
And now to a skater whose season has been lengthened. She was totally surprised to get a 2nd Junior Grand Prix assignment, said there are a lot of great girls coming through in Israel, and just very grateful to be here for Israel's Simona Katman.
Don't just follow the herd, be like a bird, open your wings and fly high in the sky.
Simona Katman from Israel. That was, okay, I'm claiming this mark right now as a must-watch moment. That was so good, so delicate, so perfectly timed with the music, classy all the way around. And this was a surprise, as you mentioned, a surprise second Junior Grand Prix for her. And boy, did she ever deliver. And you can see why they put her out on the second Grand Prix event. Big smile coming off the ice. Absolutely beautiful. Outstanding. Not sure what her personal best score is, 55.21. And she might come close to that, but wow, that was awesome. Let's take a look at some of the elements and see the attention to detail off the top of the program, not panicking for the first element. Here's the double axel, right off the end of the edge. A little stiff on the landing there, but I'm being real picky here because she did such a great job. And sets up the jump combination. I didn't think she'd get around this toe loop. There's the triple sow. All the way, no problem. Reloads, not a lot of speed, gets up. And that's an under rotation on the triple toe. That's okay. I'm still keeping this must watch. It's strong. Triple flip a little later in the program. And that is clean in the system. Yeah, what do you think, Mark?
Well, for me, I thought the flip took off a bit of a change of edge, but I mean, that's again, as we're saying, we're being nitpicky, and I think for me, what I so appreciated is some of the nuances. Although the double axel landing didn't have as much flow and glide as others, the musicality to the piano was just wonderful, and the unique hop movements. And as I mentioned on our first Junior Grand Prix, our choreographer lives in Kharkiv, and they work together remotely, which Simona is very grateful for. But also, we saw the product of that remote work as she's joined by her coach in the Chris and Cry, I believe. And how wonderful that Simona, who trains in a tiny rink, don't know what that is for, but I don't know what they're saying.
In Israel.
She trains in a tiny rink in Israel. She's done this with less than optimal either choreography connection with the physical and also the rink size.
Well, 4 points short of her personal best, 51.12. That'll put her currently into 4th place. A lovely program, a lovely skater. Second time out and producing yet again. Nice job.
So we have seen one successful finish skate in this group. And now it is the turn of Karina Innos. She explained that she'd had a bad flu this past week, but hoping she takes a big sigh for a clean skate now to Kings and Pawns.
Well, another excellent performance here in the women's short program in Ljubljana by Karina Innos from Finland. Really tidy and clean. And you can see the fist pump at the end of the program. She's filled with joy as she comes off the ice looking down with a big smile and a sigh of relief. Ready to greet her coach. Wow. With a big hug. What a great job. Let's take a look at some of the elements here, Mark. And, you know, no matter what stage of development the athletes are at when they get a program like this, good speed coming in, triple flip all the way, tidy and clean. Here's the triple Lutz. That's probably on the inside edge. Maybe a little under rotated. It's being looked at right now by the technical panel and the replay. I'll report back with what their findings were. There's a little late bracket, but keeps the flow off the end of the edge, up and across the ice in the air. Very nice job. Layback spin, level 3 at the end of the program. She's giving some points away. The step sequence was 3, the layback spin 3, and the change combination spin 3. So if she turns those to 4, that's going to be another 3 or 4 points added to this, and that score is going to be even bigger. But her personal best is 51.26. She may not beat that here because of those 3s, but she comes off the ice knowing that was a pretty clean program.
Now she's relaxed and enjoying, and she's working with a new coach this season, Paju Carlson. She obviously seems really happy and content, and talks about the food that she'd had. That will have been off-putting, but she's so well trained that hasn't prevented her from being able to deliver.
Great job, 49.40. And the coach looks pretty excited. The Karina's going, oh, it's not my personal best number. But when she looks at the report card, there's a look at the top 5 skaters so far in the event. When she looks at the report card, she's going to go, oh, there it is. Those 3s in the spins, in the step sequence is what cut the total score down. So, but great job. Some pretty good skating so far, Mark, for these individuals.
Yeah, and just considering some of the performances, we've had some good skates, and of the 17 that have competed so far, I feel like there have been some skaters who have perhaps skated what they believe to be their personal best. It could well be that the technical panel may be a little stricter than some events, or the judges just a little lower than the PCS they might have had at other competitions, but they're all much of a muchness. And sometimes it's good to see the graph of the skaters' results over the course of the season, because whilst there might be little peaks and troughs, it will be somewhat consistent if they're able to deliver what they're capable of.
Yeah, and let's put also a little bit onto the skaters as well, is that sometimes when you skate a clean program, as we've just seen, in their mind anyways, is that a landed jump might be under, but doesn't feel under. Because it's just a fraction of a millionth of a second that you get that feeling, and you're going, oh, I thought it was clean, right? But it wasn't. Or rotation on a spin. I thought I had 8 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so when she looked a little bit disappointed, those were technical panel analysis to the detail and requirements that are set out. And so, but her feeling was they're there, but the reality is they weren't. And so when she looks at the report card, and then she can go back and say, okay, I think I can fix this up.
And it's interesting because some of the athletes will be really attuned to points. So I've heard some coaches who, when the skater comes off the ice, will know, right, okay, I've literally heard coaches say, okay, you didn't do, say, the second double axel on the 3-jump combo on the free skate. That was 3.3 points that you've just thrown away. Some skaters might be really clear on the numbers. Some skaters might just be educated in a way, love the sport, they're not connected with the numbers, they just enjoy the feeling. And it's interesting just to see how much we can consider that when we're watching the reaction to the performances, because quite often the skaters look to be really aware of why they got what they got based on what they felt, and sometimes the skaters are really confused looking because they don't seem to connect with what happened.
It's true. It's very, very true. And we talk about coaching, and for those parents out there of skaters, or those fans that don't know much about the sport and the coaching process and the learning process, is that a coach coaches by sight. I mean, and words. They use words to explain what they saw. They're not talking about the feeling, because that's owned by the skater. The skater skates by feel. So the skater has to take the information of a coach that was seen, interpreted into words, and try to figure out what those words mean to the feeling for the skater. So it's a complicated process of sight, and language and feeling. And so that can be, well, I thought I was going faster. I thought I was high enough. I'm pretty sure that was all the way around because they're talking about the feeling of it and then instead of the reality. So that's why that report card is so valuable for the skater to go back and take a look and go, aha, that feeling that I had actually is under. I'm going to have to change that feel to make sure that I'm all the way around, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, it's sort of an interesting topic. And on that, Mark, do we have any questions?
Yes, we do indeed. And question has come in asking what our advice is for skaters learning to choreograph their own programs. And interestingly, there actually have been some skaters when I've been researching, and they have mentioned that they have taken a vested interest. And also even actually, I did get the chance to mention some of the names during the performances, but Dasha Groom, a recently retired competitive skater, had choreographed for Julia Lavrenchik, and I've also seen Jari Kessler choreographing for the Croatian skater, and then we've even heard of Jason Brown, who's still competing. And I've noticed this season that there seem to be more skaters that are still competing that are inputting choreography for a next generation. And so that's something that I think is more commonly done this season than perhaps any other that I've been aware of. But then there are some skaters that want to self-choreograph. And I think for me, anybody that's doing any kind of choreography, skating related, ice dance, synchro, singles, music is everything, and the music ultimately should really fuel the movement. So in terms of my advice, I don't know about you, Ted, but choreography is so interlinked with music. They have to be at one with one another. There are criteria that the judges have in regards to use of space, use of pattern, multi-dimensional movement. Yes, there's a criteria, but for me, whatever those criteria are, they all have to be totally linked with the music.
Well, music has a language. It is a language, and it has math. And if you listen to music properly, you can hear it tells you what to do. A set of running strings, a timpani, whatever it is, whatever the breakdown of the composition of the music is telling you, I need to do this movement as the background or as the foreground or whatever the case. So that's the first thing for a skater choreographing themselves. You need to know that music, every single instrument, every single phrase. What does it tell you? Then, with understanding what the music's telling you, take a look at the repertoire that you have as a skater, because you might have a great idea of what you want to do, but you don't have the skill yet to do that based on skating skills or change of direction or whatever the case may be. And take a look, so match the music to your skill or improve your skill to match the music, one or the other. So you need to know the music well, and you need to understand where you are at with what your capability is to match that music. So it's a bit of a process, but it's sort of self-assessment, if you will.
And I think I would certainly encourage skaters or anyone that aspires to be a choreographer to devote time to the play. And sometimes perhaps it's not, although you're so committed to your own competitive programs, choreographing, if you're early in your choreography pursuits, perhaps your own competitive program isn't necessarily the first port of call, because that has so many criteria and you're going to be so distracted by the tech score, which will consume your brain space. Play with just enjoying the music.
Good point. Good point for a Scottish guy.
Why, thank you. One tries.
Here we go.
And so, opening this fourth group of skaters in the women's short program in Ljubljana, Kiara Christova, coached by Andre and Ina Lutai, and she will skate to the somewhat iconic skating music, Don Quixote.
Kiara Christova from Bulgaria, and a pretty good program, hands down on the double axel and probably 2 foot on the triple flip. We'll take a look at that in slow motion as our replay operator, Mark Hanratty, will slow that down nicely. You like having control in the replays, Mark?
No, it's terrifying.
Oh, okay. Well, you're doing a pretty good job. I noticed a couple mistakes, but we'll see. But this is a pretty solid performance by Kiara, and we'll take a look at her expression coming off the ice. It's kind of, you know, missing that one element that she probably can do in her sleep. It's the little things that bother a skater the most when sort of unexpected. Difficult elements they might understand. As we see some pretty good speed here. Let's see if it gets outside edge. Kind of. There's the triple Lutz that is in with an attention to the edge. Yeah, it is. And the double axel, good knee bend, great lift, but too far forward on the landing. In fact, that jump was probably a little higher than she's used to, and so she was checking out maybe a little bit too soon. And here we come with the triple flip. And that is 2-footed and under-rotated in the judging system. So not bad program, but not as clean as you would like.
No, and I thought there were some good touches to the Don Quixote choreography. But I think where so often is the case is that whilst there was attention to detail on some of the transitional content, because there's not as much speed, then the presentation and composition component tends not to be pushed forward. So just allowing now as the season progresses and we see good edge set there within the step sequence for Kiara, just allowing speed to be a little bit more of a focus. But that is inevitable as the season progresses, that the skaters feel more confidently fit as Ina Lutai joins her in the kiss and cry.
Let's take a look at the scores. 66.65 for Sophie Jolie, and that will put her currently into second place. Oh, rats. I missed it.
It was
as you better say, that's the cat among the pigeons, isn't it? In between there. Wow.
And now to the skater representing Luxembourg, Rebecca Toft. She another of many skaters who comes from a family of skaters. Her sister skates also. Caroline competing at the advanced novice. Brother Leopold plays ice hockey, a full skating family. She skates to Back to Black by Amy Winehouse.
And the 17-year-old Rebecca Toft, representing Luxembourg, a skater with lots of international competitive experience. She was competing on the junior circuit for a few seasons now. Just struggling this, perhaps the first event of the season for Rebecca. And unfortunately, many of the jumping passes and the elements just being a little problematic as we look at the opening double axel, which set the scene a little bit. Double flip was okay. And then here we see double loops. Rebecca just struggling to commit there to the double toe loop at the second part of the combination, which she so needed. It has to be at least a double-double or triple-double or triple-triple for the junior women. As we see the difficult entry as a feature, a rocker counter entry into this, the sit spin, and the sit forward difficult variation. And that sit spin coming in at a level 3, and that element, the only one of the 7 that managed to have the positive grade of execution, as Sonia Krulikova, the coach, sits in the kiss and crying. Difficult for Rebecca now here to come to terms with that difficult performance, and perhaps a skater that's just struggling to come to terms with some of those new spin criteria. So difficult, some of the new criteria for the skaters to achieve the level 4, and in the pursuit of that level, then you can see the difficulties more commonly showcased this season. And Rebecca has a 23.80 score in the short program.
Yeah, I could see just the disappointment there and the kiss and cry, and sometimes coach choosing not to have engage in the conversation is always a difficult choice for the coaches, is engage or not when you see the emotions, the disappointment.
And now to Arina Vorobyeva, representing Great Britain, first international competition. And she will skate to Una Nota a Napoli.
Una notte a Napoli, con la luna in mare, ho incontrato un angelo che non poteva più volare. Una notte a Napoli, nelle stelle si scordò, e anche senza il cielo.
Paradiso, oltre le nuvole.
Well, an interesting program for Arena. You know, it's complicated to skate to a Latin piece of music. You've got the technical elements you have to do, and which requires such body movement with that rhythm they've got throughout the program. She did a pretty good job near the end. Of course, that's a step sequence, so you have more time to do that. You know, it's always very challenging. Just 15 years old, and it's one of those things you want those skaters to have to skate to different types of music as they learn what they're good at and as they move towards senior. Let's take a look at some of the elements. Double axel, great knee bend, but pops it open in the middle of the air. Unfortunately, that was costly. Has to carry that disappointment with her. The triple toe doesn't get up high enough and can't get all the way around on the second triple toe. That is a downgrade. First one was a little bit forward as well. So it didn't carry a lot of speed out of the first one. Hard to get around the second one. And there's the triple flip. This is also, looks like it's been reviewed here. Touchdown anyways. And it is downgraded as well. So losing lots of points on the under rotation there, Mark.
Yeah, and I think for Arena and coach Phil Harris, the choice to put the double axel early in the program was presumably to offer that easier element for Arena, chance to just settle and try and come into the program. And then, of course, because she popped that, that was the element that was presumably there to pave the way for more comfort for the triple-triple and the triple flip. But obviously, when that mistake was made, so much more challenging than after that to settle and deliver. So, first international, first Junior Grand Prix, big moment. And although disappointing, great to see then that she has the ability to smile in acceptance of a difficult skate.
Well, you can see now, she knows what she's capable of doing, and all those elements she's capable of doing that didn't deliver it. That's disappointment. That's learning, though. And I'm sure that we will see her more consistent in the future. 33.88 for Arena, and that'll put her in 18th place. And she knows she's much more capable skater than the score is showing. But those are the types of things, sometimes as disappointing as they are, you need to fuel you to improve.
Yeah, what a warm smile there as Maya Okada takes to the ice. I saw her in practice, as I mentioned, on Tuesday, and just relentless, continuous pursuit of quality and consistency. We'll see now if that is showcased as she anxiously pats her thighs, ready to take her start position.
In a very unusual way, one time I needed you. In a very unusual way, you were my friend. Maybe it lasted a day. Maybe it lasted an hour. But somehow it will never end. In a very unusual way, you've made me whole.
was simply outstanding. 2 points, speed and flow throughout the program entirely, and musical phrasing with the choreography. So she didn't leave too many notes unattended or too many phrases unattended. She dealt with them all with her body movement and the speed and flow into and out of the elements. As we go back to Caitlin Osmond, world champion in 2018, and said, jumps are choreography. I think of them as important pieces of choreography, and that's what she made. I didn't think of them as, oh, here comes the jump, she needs the points. It was just part of the program. Brilliant.
And having seen the practice, you can understand why there is this brilliance of consistency, because it was just showcased so very evidently in the way in which they trained. As we see, slip step, same entry as Gia Shin for the triple flip.
Yeah, and just running steps into it, so it doesn't look like a major setup. Oh, what happened?
I think that's perhaps Simone, our producer, will confirm that I perhaps had a playlist that concluded the previous skaters' performance, starting to get lax on those replays.
sorry to reveal you, but I'm going, I was looking for more. There's not more.
I was looking at activity in the computer screen, realizing that I'd probably made a boo-boo. So we can just say Mia Okada was quite wondrous, and every one of the elements looks like it has a positive grade of execution, and you'll just have to take our word for it.
Yeah, no, 4 on the flying camel, 4 on the change combo spin, 4 on the steps, 4 on the layback spin, plus beautiful clean jumps. Amazing. And all positive GOE scores as well, and the PC scores in the low to mid 7s. So her personal best is 57.58. That will be destroyed right now. Destroyed, maybe that's not a good word, but that will be beaten. Right now,
decimated.
There you go, decimated. 68.34. You can see the reaction. Season's best by 10 points. That is awesome, and that puts her currently into second place, right behind Gia Shin. Not by much, less than a point separates those two, and she is one very happy young woman. What a great job.
And the next skater will be debuting 2 new programs in Ljubljana. Hannah Frank, the 15-year-old, born in Linz. She's competed in this venue at the Dragon Trophy, so somewhat familiar with the surroundings. But the Junior Grand Prix always sets a different kind of expectation and pressure for the athletes. And we wish her success now as she skates to Rock Me Amadeus.
Well, you can see the big smile on Hannah's face at the end of the program. That was a nice, solid skate for this young woman. We'll take a look at some of the elements in a little bit. Beautiful opening triple toe combination. Carried more flow, more confidence, you can see. She always had skills and whatnot, but, you know, we always talk about that learning stage of skating well in practice and making mistakes in competition. And how do you close that gap and moving those clean performances into competition? And I think we start to see Hannah's beginning to deliver that now. It looks like she's growing quite a bit over the last couple of years. And look at the speed coming in. There's the triple toe loop. Wonderful takeoff. A little bit of lean in the air. Up into the second triple toe loop. Absolutely clean on both jumps. That was a great start. Here's the triple flip. There's a 3-turn and a push. Down on the knee, left arm comes through, hands above the head. Whoa, that was a nice clear and clean jump. Really nice. And here's that bracket, back outside edge, arms and free leg lift up. And a little bit scratchy on that landing and doesn't carry a lot of flow out. But other than that, a nice tidy program. Level 2 steps, level 3 change combination spin, level 3 flying camel spin. So leaving some points on the table just with those levels of difficulty on those 3 elements.
Yeah, I feel like perhaps the latter stage of the program was the result of an early debut of the program for Hannah Frank, because I thought the beginning was so brilliant, and I love how crisp and clean and tidy and sharp she is. It just seemed like spins at the end, and that double axel just started to fade in its stamina. Love the sit behind change of edge that she does so brilliantly as well. Unique choice of feature. Just a shame that the change foot combo spin struggled on the change of foot a little. I think she's reliving that.
Yeah, but she's getting better. You can see this, more confidence, more strength, more flow throughout the program. So this is improvement. 51.97 for Hannah Frank from Austria. A slow nod of approval, but that'll put her currently into 6th place. Good job. She's on the uphill climb, improving all the time. And where will that take her? We'll find out throughout the year. We finish at group number 4. And now we go to the ice resurfacing with some video playback, Mark. You're scrambling. And it's going to be interesting. Anna Pizzetta will start the final group. It'll be interesting to see how she does after that brilliant trip program last week in Gdansk. We'll see how she does here as we look at the results. Mark, what do we got online?
Well, I've treated to the interview with Karolina Kostner that I was fortunate enough to undertake last week. An amazing opportunity for young skaters to listen to the wisdom of one of the world's greatest skaters. And then to the interview of an up-and-coming skater, Yusung Kim, who won the Junior Grand Prix in Ankara.
Okay, sounds great. Enjoy. We'll be back right after this.
Karolina Kostner, we are just beyond delighted to have you joining us during the Junior Grand Prix. You are a 4-time Olympian, world champion, and I gather the most celebrated or successful skater in European Figure Skating Championship history in single skating. So it's just an absolute pleasure to have you with us. And I understand that your mum was a figure skater and your dad was a hockey player. So I imagine that shaped a huge part of your introduction to the sport. Is that right?
I grew up in a very sports interested family. My dad is a hockey player. My mom used to figure skate, but she never coached me, or she never was involved in my coaching, other than supporting me 100%, which I'm very, very grateful for. It's funny that sometimes there are skaters who don't like their parents to be there. For me, it was never matter, but I knew that my mom enjoyed skating so much, and to me, knowing that she had the chance to come, I would always encourage her to come and watch the competitions. And I know she would sit in the stands the whole competition, starting from the first skater to the very last skater, and she really enjoyed it.
Because she loved it, rather than that was because she was happy to enjoy skating, as opposed to seeing, where's my daughter going to finish against these people?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's no secret to anybody that knows me that you are undoubtedly one of my absolute all-time favorite skaters. I'm always really conscious that when you move and when you skate, it's aesthetically very beautiful. Was influenced to make that beautiful movement that makes you one of the most popular skaters to have ever skated?
something maybe for juniors to hear is that I hate it is a bad word, but I did not enjoy dance class at all until I turned 16.
Wow.
So it's only after a quite serious back injury that I couldn't skate, that I spent a lot of time in the dance room and started from zero classical ballet, and that's where I really fell in love with the discipline it gives you and with the basic training it gives you, and seeing then going on to also training with ballet dancers, I would see how the biggest stars would start from a very simple bar, and that I try to transfer that on the ice as well, that every time I go back on the ice I would spend part of my training for the basics, for a crossroll, for a backstroke, or for a landing position. It kind of became part of me, also seeing what those great dancers do, you know. I believe that everything comes together, the technical skill and the artistic skill. When it all comes together, it just creates magic to me when I watch, and I just truly felt I kind of wanted to do that as well, and just tried my best.
You managed to stay competitive. You did 4 Olympics, is that correct? 4 Olympic cycles, and you competed for a much longer, prolonged period than so many others do. Was it the choices that you made, as you've just pertained to there, that helped you to, on the whole, stay so healthy for so long?
I wish I had like the secret ingredient that I have found, that I could tell everyone, that I could tell every young skater. There isn't. Probably I feel very lucky that I had a body that adjusted very well. Growing up, I may have had an attitude towards skating. I loved it so much that it didn't really matter so much the results, but the improvement I could feel every step of the way. I am aware that I burst into the senior scene in 2003 with very good skates, kind of together with my junior companions, Miki Ando, Alisa Sisny. We would start pushing the level of figure skating, the technical level, starting to make triple combinations a normality.
I actually remember, Carolina, I went to watch the European Championships in Malmo. One of my friends was competing at that event, and I went just to watch from the UK, and you just were doing like triple flip, triple toe, triple loop, triple lutz, triple toe, triple loop. You just triple, you did triple of everything. It was unbelievable.
It was so much fun. I would test myself and get inspired and get motivated and just try to add wherever I could. So actually, I think I remember that in the qualifying round in Malmö, the actual triple flip, triple toe wasn't planned. I just added it at that moment because it felt good. You know, at that age, you almost see it as playfulness, and you don't live the competition so serious. You do it, you see it seriously, but for me everything was so exciting and cool, and I felt so lucky. I think it just got transferred into my performance, totally forgetting that people would watch or that it was a big competition. It was just me and the ice, and when I finished, I think I brought the hands just to my head, just saying, what just happened?
What have I just done here? And how amazing to, even as we think about the junior skaters, who some of them you can see what you've just described, when you had that youthful exuberance, the repercussions of things, and you just go out and skate freely. And then even during the Junior Grand Prix, especially now because the age entry into seniors is a little bit older, we sometimes see skaters then have
a period in their life where then self-doubt becomes a major factor and some anxieties about your own self-confidence. Now, you had a long enough career for us to see you go through that and still come out the other side. I think that will be something that if the junior skaters aren't familiar with your career, if they look back and hopefully hear from you now, they'd be hugely inspired by seeing you go through that roller coaster and come back out the other side.
Yes, I absolutely encourage everyone to stick to your dreams. I think as young skaters, we are lucky to be more I don't want to say unrealistic about our dreams, but we tend to be able to imagine more
creatively
crazy things, and then you grow up and you may, you know, be more aware of your limits and get to know how it's actually not so easy as you thought as a kid. So I really encourage young skaters to truly believe in what their imagination can come up with, because sometimes life just surprises us. And apparently when I was 11, somebody told me this, that I had said I'm going to be a world champion one day, and now if I think back, I'm like, what? Yes, your beliefs can guide you so well. And then on the other side, I encourage everyone to be realistic and to keep your feet on the ground, to get to know your limits and to work with them, to not be scared to acknowledge them and to be able to discuss them with your coach instead of trying to hide them, because as young skaters we think that the coach may not realize or may not see them if we kind of hide them, but you know, we spend so much time with our coaches that they know exactly how you feel the moment you step on the ice or they see your expression on your face. So to learn how to communicate with your coach and to be able to also let them know about your struggles, and this is the way then they can actually maybe come up with a plan on how to help, how to face it, how to be able to have an input in that as well. And the other thing is, and I still have that, is I love figure skating. I love it no matter what, and that helped me so much.
Grazie mille, Carolina.
Grazie a voi. Thank you to everyone for the invitation to spend a little time with you, and good luck to all the skaters for the Junior Grand Prix series.
Here in Ankara with the women's champion, Yusung Kim of Korea with a 198.63, an absolutely brilliant free program. And I wanted to ask you, you looked so comfortable during your performance. Were you that confident during the performance here in Ankara?
터키 앙카라에 와서 좋은 성적을 거두고 퍼스널 베스트까지 세울 수 있어서 정말 기쁩니다.
Now, all of your jumps look so easy all the time. Is there one jump that is your favorite?
트리플 악셀이 가장 좋은 것 같아요.
It's your best and your favorite jump. Oh, that's a good start, that's for sure. A big points right off the top of the program. What is your favorite part of your program?
룹 뛰고 나서 G 파트 시작하는 부분이 좋은 것 같아요.
And how do you feel right now, having won your first Junior Grand Prix here this year?
지금 처음으로 주니어 그랑프리에서 금메달을 딸 수 있어서 정말 제가 잘한 것 같고 너무 기쁘고 여기 앙카라에 와서 정말 기뻐요.
Well, you are absolutely brilliant on the ice, charming off the ice as well. Congratulations. The best of the luck as you move forward in the Junior Grand Prix season. The champion here in Ankara, Yusung Kim from Korea.
skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. Na ledeno plosko vabimo naslednje tekmovalke na 6-minutno ogrevanje. From France, Mila B.
Well, welcome back to Ljubljana, group and number 5 on the ice of the women's short program. And I'm Ted Barton in Canada. Mark Hanratty on site, finally on site there, Mark, beside the boards in Ljubljana.
Yeah, it's so great to be here, and we just want to send an apology to those that suffered in seeing the live stream. We understand that there were some technical issues, and consequently Sophie von Velten's performance wasn't aired on the live stream, and so we're working hard to try to make that still available later. So technical issues, of course, not something that we can control, nor do we wish to happen, but certainly wishing to rectify that as soon as possible.
No, and here in Canada, my feed went down, and I thought it was my mistake or something happened here, but it was just a building feed. And one of the problems, so people understand this, when we go to these different countries, we do have a requirement for the internet feed, but that can have firewalls, it can have all sorts of problems around it. We do everything we can to mitigate those potential challenges, and for the most part, we've done quite well. We've been quite lucky, but in some cases, there might be a drop in the area, or something happens that's totally beyond our control. We cannot control the internet feed in a foreign country. We hope that it's stable, and sometimes there are challenges. We had that first year in Bangkok, not this year, but the year before. So, you know, all these little things pop up. We apologize for it. We do our very best all the time to not have those disruptions, because we don't want them any more than you don't, but sometimes they take place, so we apologize for that.
Yeah, and I think
Mark, any questions? Sorry, go ahead.
I think I'd seen online had some already some speculating that it was intentional and that there was an intention not to showcase the big content there was. That's absolutely not the case. And what we can just confirm is in today's performance, the one that hasn't been seen, that hopefully will make its way to YouTube as soon as possible, was a triple axel, triple toe, and it had a score of 13 1/3 points. And so that's a significant statement that we haven't seen on the junior women's circuit that often. It's happened twice by happened by two different skaters before that, and certainly Sophie Jolien von Velten did a brilliant job. And the only reason that she finds herself in 3rd place at this stage is just because of the component score strength of the likes of Gia Shin and Maya Akada, who were equally brilliant but in different ways.
It's shocking that there would be a person out there somewhere that thinks that it was intentional. Like, what is that about? I mean, what are you thinking? Oh, yeah, let's pick and choose where the building goes out. I mean, goodness. We want every skater, no matter what country, no matter how good you are. We want to show every skater all the time. There's a thing called technology. We don't control it all, and neither does anyone else in the world. So
it's actually,
that's just unfortunate.
If I can draw a parallel, Ted, I now obviously work in different productions, and I'm working with you now and the production team on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix, and then sometimes I work with different production teams for the seniors, and then I work in the TV show Dancing on Ice. And within Dancing on Ice, it's a judge, the public judge on the success of the people that are in the competition. And I have heard so many conspiracy theories from people involved in the skating or online about the production company's agenda and the production company's manipulation. And then I think, oh my goodness, this is not the case at all. And I think there must be an inherent human predisposition to assume that there is corruption. And of course there is corruption. There's no doubt corruption in many facets of culture and society, and I don't dispute that. I've seen it happen, but it just amuses me that it's an immediate response to many for when things happen that they don't like. It's corrupt. Anyway, off my...
Yeah, it's intentional. Yeah. If everybody's life was judged that way, everybody would be doing something that's odd.
Yeah.
Anyways, we apologize for that. Certainly no intent whatsoever in any way.
Yeah.
So there we go. Let's move on. Any other questions come in?
The question actually coming in from Alexandra Vasileva, 2024, is who is your favorite? Now that's a difficult one because obviously we are here to celebrate all. I presume favorite skater.
In all time, or in Junior Grand Prix, or in this event?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Actually, I saw a post recently on social media whereby they were trying to make the
greatest skating combination in the same ways I've seen on social media people trying to piece together the best actor. I think if you could take different aspects from different skaters, what an interesting one that would be.
Yeah, I just think that the skater or performance that feeds the moment and the story the best, because much of this has got to do with environment. We have an empty rink here, okay? So we can have a really great performance that would be completely different should the rink be completely full with emotion and people going crazy. So, it's hard to pick a skater, but I can pick a moment that the skaters, like Zhao and Shen in Washington 2003.
Incredible.
The World Cup was a moment, not in their home country, in the United States of America, in the capital, that had the building on their feet. And so they were a great team, but a great team at a great moment, had a great skate. And that sort of all came together to create something special, for sure. So lots of things go into it.
Yeah, so many different variables to contend. And for us, it's difficult because we're on the spot struck with that question. You think, oh my goodness, what if I forget in the moment? But maybe we'll return to that. We'll have a little time to think about it as the warm-up comes to a conclusion.
Well, I get my answer. You're up next.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Group number five. Women's short program, day 1 in Ljubljana. On week number 6. One more week. We move on to Wuxi, China, next week.
And now to Mila B, the French 13-year-old, and she started skating at 7.5. She said she previously did tennis and judo, but subsequently fallen in love with our sport, and she will skate to Santa Maria for her short program.
a pretty good program for Mila British from France. Missing the triple flip, putting that as a double, looked maybe intentional. Didn't look like she was going for it, but it's hard to tell. Opening up with a pretty good combination, triple toe, double toe. It was intended to be triple toe, triple toe. Maybe she just downgraded this a little bit. But other than that, the rest of the program pretty solid. 4s on the change combinations, but a 3 on steps and 3 on layback. So missing some points on the levels of difficulty. Here is the triple toe. That was a beauty. It looked like no problem to get in the triple toe, second one, but didn't. And there's the, yeah, you can see actually, I think she was going to go for the triple flip and was not in position. Just put that down as double axel. Then here's the layback, level 3 at the end of the program.
And watching Mila, whilst she didn't do the triple flip and the technical score will be lower than others, I thought comparatively the skating skills were higher. The amount of glide that she had was really impressive, and there were actually a couple of clockwise forward progressive runs which really showcased an awareness of what constitutes good skating skills, and so that was cool to see. Also,
Karine in Kiss and Cry?
Yeah,
Dance
Karine.
coach. Oh, well, cool.
And I think it's Francois Bonnard. I'm not sure the coach, but I was chatting to the coach, and when I was saying, I was joking about what we would say, and I said, oh, well, you know, of course, we'll acknowledge what wonderful coaching it is. And she said, the results speak for themselves. And I thought that was such a wonderfully honest, open way of the coach saying, my job will be my job.
Exactly. 43.14 for Mila. That puts her into 13th place with the nod of approval. She seems pretty happy with both performance and score. But much more to come. She can do the triple flip. Didn't on this night, but more to show as the year progresses.
And now to Lily Almgren Lidman, who represents Sweden, the 15-year-old, who in this short program will hopefully showcase the years of the ballet education that she's had in addition to her skating. Roses by Jean-Michel Blas, the music soundtrack for her short program.
Well, that was a lovely program composition, nice choreography, beautiful music as well. Tough skate, following the triple flip and following the double axel. And there are reasons why. We'll go through that when we take a look at the replays. And that's disappointing for a beautiful skater and a beautiful program, but a tough skate here on this day. Again, level 3s in the spins and the step sequence. So leaving some points on the table, which are you're quite capable of in the spin. It's not like you're trying the really difficult element, although you just have to stay focused and make sure you get the rotations and the positions, the features, if you will. Let's take a look at this double flip, or triple flip, pardon me. Here it is. Just slow this down, Mark. Nice and slow. Here it is. And got on a lean in the mid-air and not tight enough, really. It was kind of open, too far back and out on the landing. Has to take the fall. Here's the triple salchow, though, and watch her push her way up. Good flow between, push up, get to the triple toe loop, but too far back, or too far forward, pardon me, and has to step out of the jump. And watch the double axel. Really slow this down. Watch what happens on the landing. On the right foot, as she hits the ice, she's back on her heel, and it catches the ice right there, and she has to take the fall. She can't get the free leg back, unfortunately. And but here's some nice step sequence, Mark. We talked about this off air. Good deep edges, nice turns.
Yeah, I thought the step sequence had the potential for a possible level 4. Such for the quality and the clarity of the steps that Lily did do. And it's interesting that her primary coach, Melanie, has 5 skaters on national team, so she's at home dealing with some of her other students, but she acknowledged it's going to be even more stressful perhaps to watch from behind the screen because the coach is so invested in the skater and so eager to help and support. And I'm sure Melanie, as all the, everybody involved in Lily will recognize this isn't a true reflection of her potential, but I actually think that this is a really good quality skater, and I thought the program was beautiful as well. As you said.
I think Lily is a lovely skater, and I think if you saw a clean program, you go, "Wow, that's impressive." I guess for every skater, but her quiet blades, her depth of edge, her nice flow across the ice, and all, and you can see the technique is good, but she made some mistakes on that technique on this day.
Yeah, and I mean, the sport is the sport, and 2 falls and under rotated jumps and step out, it's like that is so hugely costly. And I think what sometimes the skaters that are as classy as Lily is, she won't benefit as hugely from her components, which are her strength, because of the mistakes in the technical, because that has to have an impact as well. But when the tech is good, those components will fly too.
Yeah, totally. She's ready to fly herself because she's got the ability. 37.60, and that will put Lily currently into 17th position, but she certainly is armed to be much higher should she deliver all that she's capable of.
Look at that importance, the importance of technique, the importance of the arm position, the importance of the timing for the takeoff of, I presume, a triple lutz for Soan Yun, the 16-year-old who has medalled at Junior Grand Prix last season. This is the first time that we've seen her on the circuit this year. She looked good in warm-up. And like many that we've seen before, will skate to Never Enough from The Greatest Showman.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. Set off a dream, getting louder now. Can you hear the echoing? Take my hand. Will you share this with me? 'Cause starting without you, all the shine, the thousand spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Time to go, but still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it all
Well, what a lovely program. And level 4s on steps and spins is going to help that score a lot. Just too bad about the triple flip. The hands go down a little bit too far forward, maybe a little bit higher than she's normally used to. Fabulous opening triple Lutz, triple toe loop with great speed into and across the ice between the jumps and on the landing. So we'll take a look at that in a moment. Top quality skater, no question. Unfortunately, those hands down on the ice are going to cost her on the scoreboard. As we take a look at these elements, watch this triple Lutz. Great running speed, slow down there, Mark, and reaches way back. Look at the speed on that takeoff, the distance in the air, reloads, pushes straight up. Great pick on that takeoff of the toe loop. That's in with a plus GOE of 1.18. There's the double axle. Good speed on that as well. Actually, the triple Lutz was landed on the quarter. And then the triple flip a little bit later in the program. This is also in the quarter. Watch the landing. Let's see where that blade is slightly under-rotated right there. Wasn't all the way backwards when it touched the ice, and she had to put the hands down as well. So that, unfortunately, cost her a 1.86 minus GOE on the base value of that triple flip. But step sequence, nice flow, good work, level 4.
Yeah, and you can see here in the step sequence that the way in which Soan Yun's blade connects with the ice showcases more of the flow and glide that allows her components to help her stay elevated in the result despite the mistake on the flip. And I actually think her skating skills of the Korean women that we have seen on the Junior Grand Prix thus far, Soan Yun's components, her skating skills specifically, could be up there among some of the highest. Gia Shin, just a different level in the Korean women. She another notch up, but Soan Yun right up there in contention with some of the front runners. And I think, as we've said before, success breeds success, and so many of these skaters will skate together in Seoul in the same training rink, motivating and pushing each other to greater standards.
Well, the standard is higher to get out of their country, and so they're all at a pretty good skating skill level. 62.08, that is 5th in the short program. I would have been around a 64 or so with a triple flip, but not to be. And there's a look at your top 5 skaters, 2 from Japan, 2 from Korea, 1 from the United States amongst the mix. Yeah, wow.
And now to the Slovakian skater Vanessa Soloukhin, who explained to me that she has a 4-year-old sister who is her biggest fan. She knows all her programs and dances them off the ice, and I'm sure Vanessa's sister watching excitedly now.
That's too cute.
Vanessa will skate to Is It Love by Loreen.
Well, pretty good program for Vanessa. And the technical panel just checking out rotation on the flip. But she gets the Lutz toe. It was supposed to be a triple toe loop, but she had double that. We'll take a look at that in just a few moments. Step sequence here at the end of the program certainly gives her some performance space, if you will, other than the technical elements a little earlier on the program. And coming off face looks somewhat satisfied with that skate. Still left some on the table. We'll take a look. The level 3 steps, level 3 flying spin, level 3 change combo spin. So once again, the skater having a pretty good program, but leaving points on with the levels of difficulty. Level 4 is the highest. They're set at 3, so more to do as the season progresses. Here's a look at the Lutz back outside, changing to the inside. I'm not sure. There's no attention to the edge, up into the double toe loop. That comes in with a positive GOE. And there is the Mohawk into the triple flip. Let's take a look. It was an edge call, and it looked okay in the system. Now the landing, that is. Now there's the bracket right there. Sets up on the back outside edge. Follows through in the double axle. Good flow. Leg kick.
Here, part of the step sequence, and I just looked down and reminded that Florent Amodio, part of the coaching staff and the choreography team for Vanessa Soloukhin, and you can see some of that energy bodily and the commitment, both bodily and facially as well. And Vanessa, perhaps because she'd landed the Lutz in the flip, and perhaps just because of the great work of her team, looked to be able to give more, as you said, Ted, in the final or penultimate element of the short program.
And looking pretty happy in the kiss and cry. And, you know, it's one of the things I like doing when we're commentating is reading the emotions and the body language of the skaters. Not always happy, sometimes it's disappointed, frustrated, and sometimes there's pure joy and the love of skating, no matter what the result was. 50.42 for Vanessa Soloukhin from Slovakia. That'll put her currently into 9th place. And they look relatively satisfied with that.
And again, yet again, showing the crucial importance of technique as Sindre Kriza encourages Elizabeth Libern onto the ice.
Yeah, we saw her in, where was it? In
Ostrava.
Ostrava. And she was fantastic in the practice session. Let's see what happens here in the short. That flip, oh my gosh, had a great program going at the beginning. The nice triple left, triple toe loop, double axel, it's great, costly single flip. Well-trained athlete, really good skills at the stage of her development, but for anyone, doesn't matter what, if you pop a jump, a triple into a single, that is very, very costly, and that is the risk in competition. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. Good speed into the triple lutz. Wow, that was easy. Riding edge on the landing. Lots of time on the triple toe loop. Absolutely clean on both with a plus GOE. And here's the double axel. And that was nice as well. So it has a really good program going here. Let's see what happens. The flip, brush the timing. Watch the left leg and the right leg have to work together right at the same time. Left being the takeoff leg, the right being the pick. And that pick goes in, I think, just a little bit early. And just popped it open in the air.
And you know, she's obviously trained so very well. Actually, I was very impressed by the depth of the edge throughout some of the clusters within the step, and she has great body movement. And I love the fact that the great coaching team of Linda and Sindra are using Gia Shin, who's a fantastic up-and-coming choreographer, but a triple flip is 5.3 points, and extract that, and
you can see her. You can see Elizabeth just. You look at her. You can see she's just regretting that pop flip, wondering what happened. Why did that happen? Knowing that the rest of the program was really solid. This was costly, 48.63. But she goes, "Hey, season's best." Even with that mistake, that'll put her currently into 12th place. Lots of ability. It's going to be a lot of fun watching this young woman continue in her competitive career and see how well she progresses.
Which is her new season best and brings her currently on the 12th place.
We've seen some discussed technique as the parting wisdom from coach to student, a hug, and seemingly some love and care given to Azra Sagam, representing Turkey, skater in their first Junior Grand Prix.
It's kind of like a goodbye as they climb on a plane, but no, you're going to skate the program.
It might seem like a lifetime, but it's only 3 minutes till we're reunited.
Mm-hmm. Well, good job for Azra. It's so interesting. You know, Mark, I was telling you a little bit about my experience in Ankara with the Turkish skating community. So much enthusiasm, so much passion to have this sport, and they've adopted this sport into their culture. And I had a chance to speak with the Minister of Sport, in fact, or one of the ministers, and he was telling me about their desire to host big events, you know, whether it's Worlds or Europeans or whatever the case may be. The point was they want to build more arenas. They already have 16. I thought they would have had 3 or 4, but they've got 16 arenas. We see the passion in the performance of the athletes and certainly the community as we visited Ankara, which we will again next season on Junior Grand Prix, from what we understand. Here's a look at the triple Salchow. Now that is going to be it is downgraded into the double total, but good work to get through that for Azra. And coming down the ice here for the double axel. And just sort of skids on that landing. That is also, they've given that downgrade. But the mechanics to get through the jump standing up is what's important. Want a little bit more height, speed, and tightness in rotation, and those jumps will be clean. But some work to do still on that.
And interesting, good to see some of the moments of choreography within Azra's program, and there was a different choice of music. You Better Work by Britney Spears is a bold, brave choice, but she seemed committed to it throughout, so I hope the composition and the presentation are higher than the skating skill components.
Yeah, totally. When she came to the dance part, she was right into it. Like, she wasn't thinking, oh, my elements. She was thinking, I'm enjoying this is what I'm going to do. So, as I mentioned, you know, very enthusiastic group in Turkey, and really appreciate the passion for our sport as they integrate that into the culture. And it's exciting to see what's going to happen. And Turkish skating has grown. We've seen more elements, more difficult elements, more skaters. We have a dance team. So it's exciting to see our sport grow around the world. That's for sure.
And you sense that kind of energy in that community, and it just begs the question, well, what will happen? Because Azra now and her coach, they're another set of skaters that her first Junior Grand Prix, this experience will now be embedded in her psyche. She's going to see Gia Shin and then have that to take back, potentially, if she chooses to coach another generation with more knowledge.
Exactly, and motivate a new generation. 28.01, that's 26 in the short program. And they're looking at those scores going, okay, I get it, that's my score, but I want it to be higher. They're going to go back and work and start to close that gap. It may take a while. It might take the next generation, but they're determined. And it's going to be a lot of fun watching that country continue to develop. Okay. Next group.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, well, I was thinking as we head to the final group of women competing in the women's short program in Ljubljana, chance to just check in with some of the other events happening globally. So the Shanghai Trophy, obviously taking place in Shanghai. That's underway at the same time, concurrent with this event in Ljubljana. As too is the Dennis 10 Memorial, which is part of the ISU Challenger Series. And so that's the reason that as we see Anna Pizzetta, we see some of the skaters who are actually, like Anna has, competing both at junior and senior events. And some of the coaching staff of the different skaters will be globally around the world, some of them tuning in from different competitions. I dare say that there'll be some coaches currently at the Shanghai Trophy or at the Dennis 10 Memorial in Kazakhstan that are having to check on our stream to see how their other students are doing.
Absolutely. As we take a look at Anna Pizzetta, and just want to mention her, she was a must-watch moment for me last week in Gdansk with the short program, which was brilliant. One of the biggest jumpers, and we talked about that. But the question is, if you got all that power and huge jumps, short program, no problem. Or, well, generally no problem. But free program, it's a lot of energy. So how do you keep that energy all the way through that program and those jumps? And Anna only knows one way, and that is full out, big power, big jumps. It's really exciting, but difficult to maintain through a whole free program. Hopefully for her, she can put her skills on display, not only in the short program, but also in the free program as well. We'll see.
As we see Estonia's Elina Goa, chance to just check in with the success of and the quality of the juniors that we have this season, because the Dennis Ten Memorial has a former European champion, Anastasia Gabanova, leading the field, and her score is 69.07, which is actually a little fraction lower than the leader in this event, Gia Shin, and that's just confirmation of the depth of the talent and the depth of the field. Interestingly, in Shanghai, Cheon Kim, another Korean, leads the event there, and she has a 70-point score, and she has the same coaching staff as Soan Yun here. So I reached out to Hyung Kyung Choi, the coach of Soan Yun, who's here, just asking for some information if there was anything she wanted us to mention about her student. She said, "Oh, I'm in Shanghai," and she's just a coach that is traversing the globe with her students from corner of the world to corner of the world, and we again shout out and thank the coaches to the commitment that they give to their skaters.
And it's an interesting point that you sort of bring up, sort of unintentionally, is that the management, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, is when we're in the competitive season, how much progress in the development of the skaters being made. Progress is being made in gaining experience in competition, for sure. But in the work ethic that needs, not the ethic, but in the work that needs to be done in the practice rink to get that new triple consistent for delivery, how much work is being done when the head coach isn't there? There are other coaches, there's no question, right? It's complicated for these coaches to be able to keep their schools going, keep their business going, and keep the development of the athletes going. Not easy.
No, and it was interesting, some of the coaches I think it was in the ice dance event, there was a coach who was very clearly articulating the fact that their junior Grand Prix experience had a significant impact upon the training approach, and the skaters then had the experience to motivate the extra work. And it's tricky, isn't it? Because when we think about any sporting field, I was talking to somebody today about Kobe Bryant, and they were just acknowledging that it doesn't matter what sport, but work, it so correlates to success, and these experiences will hopefully motivate and ignite the skaters to work hard. If anybody was listening to Karolina Kostner in the interview in the resurface break, she was just acknowledging she worked heck of a hard, and there was a direct correlation with her work and becoming a world champion.
It's interesting. There's so much more than what we see or what we cover, Mark. We love doing this, but as we're trying to bring other pieces of information to the audience that's listening out there, of the, I'm trying to find the right words as to the big picture of a skater's life. It's more than just the competition. It's the friends and the family, the school, and the travel, and the coaches, and the schools, and the costs, and all those things that are extraordinary. Good thing they avoided these collisions on the warm-up. It's all these aspects that many people don't think of or know of, and so we try to bring a little piece of the real world of these athletes to you. Well, go ahead.
Well, that's exactly, I suppose, the important thing to reaffirm there, Ted, because I'm talking about Kobe Bryant and elite successful humans, but it's not necessarily always right for every human to be pushed to be the best. And so, we're talking competition, we're talking who's the winner, who's the best. It's our job as commentators to analyze the sport. But if we think about humans, it's actually not always right for the human to be made to fit into the mold of being the athlete. In the same way as some humans don't fit academically. Some need to find maybe they're artists, maybe they're creatives, maybe they are there's different humans, and everybody can find something in our sport.
Well, I think in juniors we have a much more opportunity, first of all, to talk on a wider range. And when you get down to 12 athletes on the Grand Prix event, we cover 37 or 40 in the women's event here.
Yeah.
There's 12 at a senior Grand Prix. So there's not as much, those 12 are very similar. They're at a higher level. They've committed more, longer. So that world is a little bit more narrow, but they've traveled a longer journey to that point. Okay, we're off topic. Here we go. Final group. And we will start with Anna Pizzetta from Italy, who wowed us last week in Gdansk. Can she do it again in back-to-back competitions?
What a wonderful close-up, and we can just see the energy, and you sense their from Alyssa Mikansari that the motivation is to make sure that Anna stays calm, and she's so explosive and so dynamic, and we can't rave enough about the jumping passes, but perhaps it's just making sure that that wondrous energy and explosiveness that she has is controlled and calm as she vies to try to beat the big score that she had last week.
Good point.
And your life.
Well, there's something about the word of fire. She skated to the Firebird, but this young woman, Anna Pezzetta, was on fire to this program. Those jumps, that jumping pass of the triple left, triple toe loop was the biggest perhaps I have ever seen. Would love to have the measurement of how much ice she covered. Absolutely spectacular. Yes, there's more to work on, and there's more, but she was on fire with performance as well. Mark, what are your thoughts?
Honing in on getting close to a 70-point score.
Look at the height. That has got to be a 30-foot jumping pass and hold the landing. Just incredible. Watch the double axel here. Leaps way across the ice. Carries a speed and flow on the landing. Stretched with an arm movement. Just beautiful. And the entrance into the triple flip. Series of three turns. This was a little bit problematic. Get the free leg back, and she does. Makes that work. She had the same issue a little bit. It's not a big one, just a small one last week also in Gdansk. But she's so exciting to watch. And I wish her the best. I hope for her that she can develop or deliver the free program like she has here in the short.
Gorgeous finish position as well. It's so interesting because for me now, for Anna,
they will have to so obviously hone in now on GOE and PCS, because she has some of the best elements in the world. Now she needs to just make sure everything is up there as one of the best.
Yeah, season's best 67.14. Was that smile on her face? I'm not sure. I think she wanted to smile, but she said, I'm not going to because I'm a warrior. That was, you know, a good score of 67. That puts her currently in a third place. You should feel proud of that, but work to do. Move it to the free. Might take time, but you have the skill.
Naslednja bo drsala predstavnica Slovenije. Next to skate, representing
Well,
Slovenia, Zala Grum.
this is the 8th time that a Junior Grand Prix has been held in Slovenia, the 5th time it has been held in Ljubljana, and this skater was born right here in this city. Zala Grum skating to Dark Eyes.
Dans tes grands yeux noirs, je me suis perdue. J'attends un regard, le cœur suspendu. Je t'aime tellement fort, toi qui me fais peur. Elle sent le mauvais sort, pour la mauvaise heure. Et autour chantent les cigales. Tout le monde s'en fout, sans image. Dans tes beaux yeux noirs, je sens mon amour et mon désespoir. Alors chant et sourd, je perds la raison à chercher tes bras, brûlant de passion. Viens embrasse-moi, tous tes grands yeux noirs, l'étrange lumière, un navire au soir, pour tous les mystères.
Well, you can hear the cheers from hometown fans, friends, and family here in Ljubljana for Zala Grum. That is so nice to see, and so unfortunate that first element, the triple flip, went down, but the rest of the program, she really fought back. Had a strong outing.
Love to see Jurij Lovrenčík, the other Slovenian skater, looking so excited to cheer Zala Grum on. That's such a wonderful example of good competitors and friends.
Well, let's take a look, Mark. You can slow down the takeoff on this flip and see if we can find out what went wrong. Watch the left foot back inside edge. Oh, the arms come in really late, so she went up open and then tightened up on the way down, and you need to be spinning on the way up and open up on the way down. So just a little bit opposite there. There's the triple loop, double toe loop. A little slow, but gets it done. Double axel. In the program, that was good flow on the takeoff and on the landing as well. And here's a sit spin at the end of the program, or partway through the program, level 4. So level 3 on the steps, level 3 in the change combination spin, level 4 on the sit spin, level 4 on the flying kibble. So sort of split 2 4s, 2 3s on those levels of difficulty. Remember, the highest level of difficulty is a 4, and that's what all the skaters mostly are going for.
And isn't that brilliant? Zja Kmer looking just so happy and satisfied. She's obviously learned a lot from the experience in Ankara, but now extra pressure being at home, and she's showcasing all the emotions of that.
Well, the score is 43.19, season's best, with a nod of approval, a little hand wave. That puts Zala currently into 17th place.
43.19 points, which is currently the season best, and brings her currently on the 17th place.
And now to a skater who was originally scheduled to have her second Junior Grand Prix in Ankara and then in Gdansk, but now finally we get to see Paulina Zaza. She, when at her best, is a skater definitely in contention of being a medalist. Quality jumping passes and good commitment to the choreography here.
Well, you can see the skill this young woman has, and Paulina, she's always demonstrated this amazing ability to cover the ice with big jumps and good spins and good steps and connection, and putting it together in the most important moments, is, like for everyone, is a bit of a challenge. But she did so here really nicely. She left a 2. She put a 2 onto the step sequence, only a level 2 out of the 4, so that lose some points here. Look at the speed coming to the double axel. with some change of edge. The turn, there's the double, triple flip, reloads low in the knee, pushes higher in the toe loop, gets that out into a twizzle. And let's see what happens here. This is the flip. The other one was the Lutz, nice and straight. Pretty good. Not as big as obviously Anna Pizzetta's, but very nicely done as well.
Yeah, and interesting, this Paulina is a cool and intriguing concept behind this short program. But interestingly, the judges have the skating skills half a point higher, so they're viewing that the speed and the flow and the glide that Paulina demonstrates in her transitional content is of greater caliber at the moment than the presentation certainly that she offers, as it's continuing to be jostled and changed by the judges as all of the inputs are given. But yeah, skating skills component highest.
Mark, we don't see a lot of emotional, and we see beautiful choreography, beautiful skating, beautiful technique, all that stuff. It's all good. It's like positive, positive, positive. But that connection with the music and the power of persuasion through your body language and through your emotion, your face, it's not there yet for Paulina. That'll come in time. 57.13. That is 8th in the short program, and she's probably going to wonder why. I just laid down a really good program. She'll take a look at the report card, and she will find herself in 8th place with a 57.13. Maybe a little bit disappointing. A really strong skater, though.
And now to a skater potentially in contention for making the final in Grenoble. Elina Goa, history making by medaling in Riga. She was second there, so carries 13 points forwards to this event. Can she achieve another medal?
And just a little bit more pressure. know, Mark, it's interesting because you can have a coach or a choreographer that has these really interesting ideas and has a concept and has a clear vision. But if you don't have a skater that can carry out those visions and ideas and understand them, then it doesn't work. That is not the case here. Creative work, particularly in the step sequence. And this young skater totally gets it. Every detail. You saw those backward running steps in the step sequence that worked perfectly with the voice. And it was awesome. And this young woman is very connected with Sergei Rozanov, her coach. And look at the stare. And that's part of the character, part of this opening. She is completely committed.
She looked calm as well. We could see her breath at the beginning. I think normally you'd be, anxious breath, and she appeared to be calm. And even there, the fingertip touch to the head to enter into the triple flip. So much consideration, as is the falling leaf into the Ina Bauer.
And you never felt like she doubted. You never felt worried. Here's the triple toe coming off an interesting entry. Second triple toe loop, absolutely no problem. All the way backwards. These are all in the plus GOEs. So she's getting points. Remember, the GOE is the quality of the element. So they get the base value for the difficulty element. Plus, if they do it well, they get more points. If they don't do it well, they lose points. So this young woman's gained points on every single one of those elements. Why? Because it's quality. And we saw it.
And Elina did accurately acknowledge where she lost points in Riga, so she, although 14, is very mindful of what's necessary for success.
Smart skating, 57.24. Now that falls short of her personal best of 63 points. They'll take a look at why that is, and that'll put her currently in 8th place. But I think this skater is a skater we will see not only in junior. We will see her at the top in senior. How high? I don't know. Lots more to come from her. Only 14 years of age, and already so good.
Oh, that's a sincere-looking face of determination. We've just watched the silver medalist in Riga. Now the skater in 6th place. But Anna Gerka, when she performed in Latvia, showcased equally brilliant talent, it seems, to Goidana. She too, like the previous competitor, skating something a little bit more edgy as she performs to the Matrix soundtrack.
Well, just amazing how many good young skaters we've seen already in this event, all the way down to 10th. And Anna delivers a pretty good program as well, a very good program. In fact, no elements are under review, even though some of the landings were down low and looked like, oh, did she squeak it out? What a fighter. Because you can hear, even in the triple combination, you can hear the blade over the microphones. Hard landings, but a fierce, determined competitor.
And you could see that before she took to the ice. And even afterwards, you can see the consideration for what's just happened. She oozes a maturity of mentality.
Yeah, and another 13-year-old. Watch the landing here. There's the triple flip. Good height, tight in the air. Hand goes down, but she keeps that free leg off the ice. I don't know how she did that. She was in a back shoot, the duck, as we call them. And then there's the spread eagle into the triple toe loop. Low on the landing, which is fine. Up for the second one, and gets the free leg back in time. The key is get the free leg behind you, and you will stand up on the jump. If that's stuck too far forward for too long, you're probably going to fall on the back. But she fought for those landings, and there's the layback spin in level 3 near the end of the program. Let's look at the spins here. We have a 4, we have 2 4s, 1 3, and a step sequence of 2. So some work to do to some, I don't want to say easy work, but certainly some points up from the table that she can gather in this competition.
And Martina Dijk there was just acknowledging that, or was acknowledging to me that in her first Junior Grand Prix, she could skate without pressure. This is a different experience, and great to see that despite the pressure, she's smiling.
Yeah, absolutely. 53.74, and that will put her into 10th place. And that goes to show you that if you're going to be in the 50s, the mid-50s, down in 10th, you've had some strong skating in front of her, that's for sure.
I just love seeing these final seconds.
You just don't see a lot of that, as much of that in the senior.
No.
Here you see more in the junior, you know.
And as Zja Kmer takes to the ice, the skaters amongst us watching will see that arm movement by the coach and completely comprehend what the intention is to transfer to the student. Skating to Vampire by Olivia Rodrigo, the final home skater from Slovenia in this event.
Hate to give the satisfaction asking how you're doing now. How's the castle built of people you pretend to care about? Just what you wanted. Look at you, cool guy, you got it. You see the parties and the diamonds. Sometimes when I close my eyes, 6 months of torture you sold to some forbidden paradise. Gotta laugh at the stupidity, 'cause I've made some real big mistakes. But you made the worst one look fine. I should have known it was
Well, you can hear the hometown fans cheering Zja Kmer on final skater in the women's short program. It has some rotation challenges on the first two jumping passes. We'll look at that in just a few moments. It's hard, you know, you want so badly to do your very best, your best life skate in front of your friends and family here at home. Adds excitement, anticipation, nerves, uncertainty, all those emotions which don't really help you too much. You have to fight them off in some ways. Yeah, let's take a look. Here's the triple lutz. That looked pretty good. Hands above the head on the quarter, but the triple toe loop forward, you can see that. So, but good fight to get through that, but she takes the downgrade on the toe loop. Let's take a look here. There's the triple flip. This one did not get around. That's completely forward and has to hop out of the toe pick. So that one, unfortunately, was a real challenge. Double axel a little bit later in the program. Gets that done nicely all the way around. No problem at all.
And I thought that Zja really went with the energy of the music throughout the step sequence. She ignited the energies which should be reflected in the presentation of the skate. And this is a skater who was born here. This is her hometown. She's the final competitor. The pressure and anticipation, especially knowing if you've been the Junior World Championship competitor for your nation and they're hosting a Junior Grand Prix, you know for a long time in anticipation this is likely to be a big deal, but obviously not quite what she nor the coach were hoping for.
No, you know, you have to empathize to a certain degree. It's also part of the reality, but, you know, sleeping at night, probably at home, and thinking, oh, I want to skate so well. You know, how well do you rest? Like when you're traveling away, and it's a completely different scenario. So it's exciting to be at home. It's exciting to skate in front of friends and family. It's also a little nerve-wracking.
But interestingly, despite doing 2 World Junior Championships, I think this is the first Junior Grand Prix for Zja. So still another experience. Yes, it's at home, but another experience to add to the repertoire of the resume.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the short program scores. 39.52. That'll put her currently in 25th place. You can see they're not pleased with that because they know what she can do, but they just saw what she did do in the scores, and we'll take that and fight back in the free program. It's a huge range of emotions up and down through every one of these events, Mark, and we'll take a look at the final standings. What a great event this has been. Gia Shin and Okada, Anna Pizzetta, the top 3 so far as we look at the rest of the field, but look how close it is. It's all in the high 60s as we move now into the 50s, and there could be a lot of movement in the free program.
Yeah, 53 points, the top 10, so indication of the, even right down to 20th. This is, I think I need to double check, but I think probably the strongest scoring event of the 6 that we have seen thus far for the women's short program.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And most of them have skated best here today. There's no question. So that completes our coverage of the women's short program. Up next will be the men's. We hope you'll join us for that. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Henry. Thank you for watching. Stay with us for the men's short program.